Chapter 674. Dongbua Shueing was not in a rush to enter the Black Rain Eden. Instead, he descended and sat cross-legged on the wasteland. His body remained illusory and real as he sensed the surrounding mirage world. After all, he could not afford to be careless in the 3 Edens under the 6th heavenly wheel. Let's see what treasures these 2 protectors have. Dongbua Shueing had yet to examine the treasures left behind by the 2 protectors. With a flip of his hand, a dark gray stone rod appeared. So heavy, Dongbua Shueing mumbled to himself. With his strength, he could destroy countless stars in a starry sky with a flick of his finger. Yet he felt that this stone rod was heavy. The refinement of this stone rod is too crude. It can't even compare to some world deity weapons. Dongbua Shueing was dumbfounded. It was a weapon owned by the protectors of the ancestor mother religion. Yet this stone rod only had the ability to change its size. Other than that, the reason why it was so heavy was purely due to the material it was made from. Zhen Yundharma used this as his weapon. Zhen Yundharma has reached the stage for world deity realm in the laws and profound mysteries. Why is his weapon refinement so crude? Dongbua Shueing thought, but he did not know. Before the ancestor mother religion entered the cultivator cosmos, their cultivation techniques did not include the laws and profound mysteries. Their understanding of the laws and profound mysteries was even more crude. It was only after they came here that they secretly obtained the cultivation system of the cultivators. Only then did they begin to grow rapidly. After all, their foundations were already strong, allowing them to easily reach the stage for world deity realm. But to reach higher, that was difficult. What exactly is the material used to make it so heavy and indestructible? Dongbua Shueing mumbled, "I'll ask my teacher when I return. It should fetch quite a high price if I sell it as a material." He took out one item after another. Even though there were a few that were strange and unrecognizable, the majority of them were very shabby. "Poor, so poor. I don't even have any good treasures with me. I reckon that all the treasures are with Protector Huizhu." Dongbua Shueing thought in his heart. When Protector Huizhu took out that withered yellow leaf, he could clearly sense the aura contained within that withered yellow leaf. Despite being hundreds of millions of miles away, that aura surpassed that of the ancient demon. On the other hand, Zhen Yundharma was relatively poor. He was probably about the same as an ordinary almighty in the cultivator civilization. He really didn't deserve his status as a protector. Check the other one. Dongbua Shueing began checking the other protector, Zhongxi. Hua. First, a saber appeared in his hand. The saber was completely black, and its blade was very thin. There were many engravings on it. This is much more exquisite than the stone rod. Wu, true god weapon, and it contains an eternal level Tao. Shueing revealed a joyous look. The value of this true god weapon was much higher because the true bodies of the 2 protectors who died should be in another cosmos. After the avatars died, this true god weapon should not be able to sense the existence of another cosmos, and it would directly become an ownerless weapon that could be easily sensed. The Tao it contains is a little special. Dongbua Shueing could sense that within the world of nothingness, formless saber lights were slashing and killing. Saber Tao. Dongbua Shueing guessed. Names were given by cultivators. The Tao contained within this true god weapon was the saber Tao of massacre. The saber slaughtered in all directions, killing, killing, killing. There was nothing it could not kill. Its killing nature was extremely heavy, and it had become paranoid and crazy. It was somewhat similar to the demons in the dark abyss. Let's call it Demon Saber. Dongbua Shueing casually came up with a name. Although this was a true god weapon with an eternal level Tao of massacre, and its value was close to that of the blood serpent spear, he was very cautious when he was comprehending it. This was because when he tried to sense it, he could feel the crazy aura coming from the Tao of massacre, and it was trying to influence him. After a simple check, Dong Buishuang was surprised and delighted. The treasures left behind by Protector Zhong, she were much more than those left behind by Zhan Yundharma. Judging from these items, it was possible that he had killed a paragon and obtained them. It was also possible that he had a fortuitous encounter in some place like the 6 paths of Heavenly Wheel, which allowed him to obtain a batch of treasures from the cultivator universe. Among them, the most precious was the eternal level demon saber. South, after keeping everything, Dong Buishuang stood up and soared into the sky, heading towards the huge whirlpool formed by the clouds. The space within the whirlpool distorted. After flying into the whirlpool, he rapidly headed towards another grotto heaven, following which his vision blurred, and Dong Buishuang appeared in midair. In front of him was a boundless rain that connected heaven and earth. The rain here was black. The black rain of the Black Rain Grotto Heaven would never stop. Black Rain Grotto Heaven. Dong Buishuang flipped his hand and held the 3 Devil Palaces command token. Instantly, the command token reacted. Over there. Dong Buishuang understood that the eroding bone palace of the 3 Devil Palaces was located in front of him on the left. But he was not in a rush. After arriving at the Black Rain Grotto Heaven, he naturally had to pay a visit to Monarch Hex Cricket, who had been guarding this place. So. Teleportation in the Mirage world was extremely fast. Even if he did not deliberately increase his speed, he only needed a breath of time to travel a distance of a few trillion kilometers. Dong Buishuang could already see a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious green robes, seated cross-legged on a huge protruding rock. There were 2 soft feelers protruding from his forehead, and his eyes were glowing green. A misty green light pillar spanned a total of 1 trillion kilometers. With him as the core, it shot into the sky and pierced towards the deepest part of the firmament. This was Monarch Hex Cricket. He was guarding this place by himself, an existence that even the ancestor mother religion could do nothing against. Perhaps he might be slightly weaker than the ancient demon in terms of direct combat strength, but Monarch Hex Cricket had reached an extremely high level in the laws and profound mysteries. He specialized in 2 Daos, and they were both Daos that leaned toward survival. He had cultivated them to the pinnacle, and was just a step away from becoming a ruler. Most paragons would be amazing if they specialized in a single Dao that protected their lives, but he specialized in 2. However, he was proficient in 2 of them, and when they worked together, not even sovereigns could do anything to him. His survivability was even stronger than most sovereigns. Even though the ancestor mother religion had religion protection treasures, they could not do anything against him. Monarch Hex Cricket's 2 Daos were heaven-defying. They were called Undying and Life respectively. Under normal circumstances, he could not be killed. According to the intelligence reports, the ancestor mother religion had once paid a huge price to kill him. Their souls were scattered and nothing was left. But very soon, Monarch Hex Cricket came back to life within the Black Rain Grotto Heaven. If it was Water Devil King, he could still be imprisoned by Primal Master. As for Monarch Hex Cricket, it was still unknown if Primal Master could imprison him. In addition, he was too kind, benevolent, and had a good temper. Not a single ruler had thought of acting against him. Even the sinister and selfish Temporal Island Lord did not act against Monarch Hex Cricket. He was ranked behind Monarch Green and Great Destruction. It was only because his offense was slightly lacking that he was ranked behind them. Monarch Hex Cricket opened his eyes. He smiled at Dong Buishuang, Monarch Dongbua. His smile was filled with endless life force. Even though he was sitting cross-legged in this Black Rain Grotto Heaven that was filled with despair, he was still emitting a vigorous life force that affected the surrounding 50 billion kilometers. Monarch Hex Cricket. Dong Buishuang descended and stood on the surface of the Blackwater Lake. I heard that you have killed another protector from the ancestor, Mother Religion. You have killed 2 protectors in succession. Monarch Hex Cricket exclaimed. It is also luck. I have just broken through, and nobody in the entire cosmos knows of my true strength. In addition, they are looking down on me. That is why I succeeded in one fell swoop. Dongbua Shuang chuckled. It will be difficult to kill another protector. The ancestor mother religion had a deeper understanding of Dongbua Shuang now. Naturally, they would be vigilant and would not give him a chance. It is precisely because you have opened your Tao in 1,000,000 years, and it is the Tao of Mirage too. That is why they did not expect you to succeed. Monarch Hex Cricket said, "Not everyone can reach such a realm in 1,000,000 years." Currently, other than the rulers, several other apex paragons know of your matter. Monarch Hex Cricket chuckled. The ancestor mother religion is not considered a secret amongst the apex paragons. You killing 2 protectors has shocked my group of old friends. Even Great Destruction, who has a cold personality, has taken the initiative to ask me about you. He did not dare believe it. Currently, this group of old friends is mostly talking about you. Chapter 675. After chatting with Monarch Hex Cricket for a while, Dongbua Shuang bade farewell and headed towards Eroding Bone Palace. Who? Xiao Chen kept teleporting in the Mirage world, following the 3 Devil Palaces command medallion. Soon, he arrived at his destination. He watched helplessly as a bubble appeared out of thin air and enveloped him. Then, he instantly shattered and disappeared. Dongbua Shuang looked at the black lake in front of him. In the middle of the lake, there were many pillars that went deep into the lake. These pillars supported an ancient hall, and the main entrance of the hall was modeled. There were 3 words on it, Bone Eroding Hall. With a single step, he traversed hundreds of feet and landed in front of the palace door. One of the 3 demon palaces, the Eroding Bone Palace. Dongbua Shuang strode in. The Bone Eroding Palace was very old, and because the door had never been closed, the interior of the palace was very dirty. He raised his head and looked at the wall, and soon found the densely packed words. It was one of the 3 basic secret arts, the Bone Eroding Secret Art. You came in with a token? You're the soldier from the Army of Destruction? Inside the hall, countless black water droplets condensed and formed a black-clothed old man. It's me, Dongbua Shuang said. The Bone Eroding Secret Technique is there. Hurry up and cultivate it. If you can't master it within 10,000 years, scram. The black-clad old man shouted. The subordinates of the demon ancestor are so hostile towards the soldiers of the Army of Destruction. It's not like I'm from the 3rd universe era. Dongbua Shuang said. Humph. The black-robed old man snorted coldly and sat down cross-legged in a corner, too lazy to say another word. Seeing this, Dongbua Shuang did not hold it against him. Instead, he raised his head and began to memorize the Bone Eroding Secret Art. Now that he had the token, he was no longer in a rush. Even if he failed to master it within 10,000 years and was thrown out, he could still cultivate it outside. Once he had mastered it, he would be able to easily pass the test. This was the benefit of having a token. With the medallion, one could enter the 3 demon halls again and again. There were countless opportunities. Therefore, the most important thing was to enter coincidentally the first time. He had to succeed. Bone Eroding Secret Skill? Dongbua Shuang nodded lightly after reading it. It's in a completely different direction from the hemolysis mystic art. It cultivates the bones and the pain is intense. I wonder why the fiend ancestor's strongest mystic art, the myriad fiend true body, has such intense pain when created. The blood condensation secret art, bone erosion secret art, and heart refining secret art were all extremely painful. The hemolysis and bone eroding secret techniques were still manageable, as they targeted the blood and bones respectively. The extreme pain would also affect the soul. The cultivating heart secret art was purely targeted at the true deity heart. It hurts. Dongbua Shuang was bewildered by the fact that he had to maintain his consciousness and continue cultivating despite the intense pain. How did he manage to create such a secret art? The fiend ancestor was indeed the existence that created the dark abyss. Even the art he created was unique. Let's start cultivating. I hope I can succeed in 10,000 years. Dongbua Shue Ing sat down cross-legged and began cultivating this secret art. His main body, which was in the Crimson Rock Mountain world, was also cultivating it. As he cultivated, Dongbua Shue Ing's bones gradually pierced out of his skin and muscles, revealing themselves. These sparkling and translucent bones even connected with each other, forming a single entity. Dongbua Shue Ying's body was gradually covered with a layer of bones. His entire body was slowly transforming into a bone man. Pa! His bones broke, following which pa, pa, pa sounds rang out as a large number of bones on the surface of his body broke apart. This was the collapse of the innermost layer of his bones. In an instant, all the bones in Dongbua Shue Ying's body broke apart. His entire body was boneless. But soon after, the world deity energy in his body transformed, and his bones grew once more, recovering to their original state. Time passed. After spending over 100 years, Dongbua Shue Ying's body finally formed a layer of perfect bone armor. The armor was sparkling and translucent, as though it was a single entity. Even a bone helmet appeared on his head, revealing only a pair of eyes. The first step has been completed. Next, Dongbua Shue Ying continued cultivating. The bone armor on his body was starting to corrode. It was like a rock being corroded by the wind. These bones were also being corroded. This pain caused Dongbua Shue Ying to frown. Previously, he was still wearing the sparkling and translucent bone armor, looking rather handsome. But in the blink of an eye, his entire body was being corroded, becoming tattered. Bone corrosion, secret art. This name is truly good. It's truly bone corrosion. Dongbua Shue Ying was very clear that this was only the first type of bone corrosion secret art. He needed to succeed in all 3,000 types of bone corrosion secret arts before he could succeed in cultivating this secret art. What made him speechless was that even if he succeeded in cultivating it, it wouldn't help his strength at all. It only proved that his control over his bones had reached an extremely high level. Day after day, year after year, the pain intensified. Dongbua Shue Ying had to suppress the pain and cultivate. It was also because he knew that the 3 devil palaces was one of the great opportunities left behind by the devil ancestor for the future generations of the universe that he chose to cultivate this secret art. Otherwise, if the pain was incomparably painful and didn't help his strength, who would want to cultivate it? Dongbua Shue Ying's throat emitted a low roar as his face contorted. This torture had already caused his body to tremble. He could barely maintain his cross-legged sitting posture. However, no matter what, his arms and legs were trembling and contorting. This state had already persisted for 3 days. Because he was already at the final juncture of his cultivation, the pain had also reached an extreme. Boom! The bones in his body regained their calmness. The sweat on Dongbua Shue Ying's body instantly evaporated. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and open his eyes. I succeeded. Dongbua Shue Ying couldn't help but reveal a smile. He clearly knew that with the 3 devil palaces token, he would be able to cultivate it again and again. Even so, he was still filled with joy when he succeeded. The main reason was that these 3,000 years of cultivation were truly too torturous. Dongbua Shue Ying looked at the black-robed old man. Boom! The aura in his body burst forth. Instantly, the illusory image of a huge creature appeared behind him. This was a 4-hooved, furry beast. Its 4 hooves were like pillars that supported the heavens. When the black-robed old man saw this totem, he said, "Towering beast totem, you managed to cultivate it in 3,000 years. You have good comprehension skills." He already knew that Dongbua Shue Ying had cultivated the dissolving blood secret art a long time ago. Hence, he wasn't surprised. Dongbua Shueing was in an extremely good mood. After cultivating the bone-eroding secret art, he had already cultivated 2 of the 3 basic secret arts. He was only left with the cultivating heart secret art. Once he succeeded, he would be able to obtain the fortuitous encounter left behind by the demonic ancestor. This was also a great fortuitous encounter for paragons. Some paragons didn't even have the chance to enter the 3 devil palaces. Some paragons managed to enter, but they didn't manage to grasp the opportunity the first time. After all, even mastering it within 1,000,000 years was extremely difficult for many paragons. These paragons were already used to cultivating slowly. They had spent countless years to advance from true God to opening their Tao. It was indeed very difficult for them to cultivate a secret art in a short 1,000,000 years. If they failed the first time, it would mean that they had lost all hope. Hence, in this cosmos epoch, although there were some who managed to obtain the fortuitous encounter and treasures of the 3 devil palaces, it was extremely rare. The demonic ancestors' actions will definitely be extraordinary. Dongbua Shueing was filled with anticipation. However, when he saw the ugly expression on the black-robed old man's face, his heart couldn't help but tremble. I'm a soldier of the army of destruction. It's fine if I'm being bullied now. But don't treat me unfairly after I pass the trials of the 3 devil palaces and obtain the fortuitous encounter. Once you've mastered it, you can leave. The black-robed old man waved his hand. A bubble appeared and enveloped Dongbua Shueing. In an instant, the bubble shattered and disappeared. Chapter 676. Dongbua Shueing teleported again and again in the mirage world as he rapidly entered the black rain paradise. Very soon, he saw a huge whirlpool formed by black clouds in the sky. Within the whirlpool, the space was also distorted. This was the passageway to the icy snow paradise. Only the last one of the 3 devil palaces is left. It is also the most difficult one. Dongbua Shueing flew into the sky and into the whirlpool. Icy snow paradise. A cold wind blew and snowflakes drifted down. The huge snowflakes covered the entire land with a layer of white. As soon as Dongbua Shueing entered, he felt a bone-piercing chill. The snowflakes also landed on his body. However, they were instantly repelled by his luminous sun force. Taking out the token of the 3 devil palaces, Dongbua Shueing followed the signal of the token and continued to advance. Just like the previous 2 times, he was enveloped by a bubble that appeared out of nowhere. He was directly teleported to the refined heart palace. Dongbua Shueing admired the scenery in front of him. He was surrounded by a layer of snow. In the center of the snow was a huge palace that was covered in snow. The snow on the palace was so thick that some of it had even fallen to the ground. On the main door of the palace, there were 3 ancient words, Refined Heart Palace. As he stepped into the palace, he noticed that there was no snow in the palace. The mottled walls were filled with dense words. This was the last of the 3 foundational secret techniques, Refined Heart Secret Technique. Refined Heart Secret Technique. An old voice resounded. Dongbua Shueing turned his head and saw a white-robed, white-bearded old man appear in the palace. The old man's beard reached his chest. Little brat from the army of destruction. The Refined Heart Secret Technique is the most difficult of the 3 foundational secret techniques. Ever since the ancestor devil created the 6 Dao Tianluan and left behind the 3 devil palaces, there have been many who obtained the token of the 3 devil palaces throughout the universe epochs. Although the requirements for the first 2 secret techniques are high, they are not as high as the requirements for the Refined Heart Secret Technique. Many who were able to cultivate the first 2 secret techniques would never be able to cultivate the Refined Heart Secret Technique. Dissolving blood and eroding bones are fine. The refinement of the heart is to refine the true deity heart, to refine your soul. This is the most difficult part. The white-robed, white-haired, white-bearded elder looked at Dongbua Shueing. This is also the most important test set by the demon ancestor. Only by successfully tempering one's heart can one obtain the opportunity left behind by the demon ancestor. Dongbua Shueing smiled. Thank you. You're much more polite than the previous two. Weapon spirits possess intelligence and even feelings. After saying that, the white-bearded old man walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. He then closed his eyes, ignoring Dongbua Shueing. Dongbua Shueing was slightly taken aback as he looked at the white-bearded old man. He then continued reading the words on the wall. Soon, he had memorized the cultivating heart secret technique. 3 tribulations of cultivating heart? Dongbua Shueing muttered to himself. As long as his true deity heart survived the 3 tribulations, he would be able to cultivate the cultivating heart secret art. According to Master's information, the cultivating heart secret art is indeed the most difficult one. Dongbua Shueing did not dare to underestimate it. If he could obtain the token the first time he entered the 3 devil palaces, it would mean that he had succeeded half the time. Then, if he succeeded in cultivating the cultivating heart secret art, it would mean that he had succeeded in the other half. As for the melting blood secret art and the eroding bone secret art, as long as he had enough time to practice them, most paragons would be able to cultivate them. However, the cultivating heart secret art was different. It was very common for one to not be able to cultivate it in one's entire life. Begin. Dongbua Shueing sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and started cultivating. The cultivating heart secret art was divided into 3 tribulations. The first tribulation was despair. The true deity heart in his sea of consciousness was slightly bigger. Dongbua Shueing was the size of a child. He sat down cross-legged. The moment he started cultivating the secret art, chains appeared on the surface of his true deity heart. The chains coiled around his true deity heart like a soldering iron. Wherever the chains touched his true deity heart, he would feel an excruciating pain. This pain was directed at his soul. As the pain increased, Dongbua Shueing could not help but let out a low roar. His body trembled as he fell to the ground. When he cultivated the first 2 secret arts, he did not fall to the ground even at the last moment. However, when he started cultivating the cultivating heart secret art, he fell to the ground. The pain was simply too intense, and it was increasing rapidly. Dongbua Shueing clenched his teeth tightly. Blood flowed out from his mouth, and beads of blood seeped out from the surface of his skin. The pain caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. However, he still tried his best to maintain a trace of consciousness and continued to forcefully cultivate the secret art. The pain continued to increase. When Dongbua Shueing felt as though he was in hell and that he would never be able to escape, the pain began to decrease rapidly. It increased quickly, but it decreased quickly as well. Dongbua Shueing heaved a sigh of relief and sat down cross-legged. The beads of blood and sweat on his body instantly disappeared, and he became clean and refreshed. His mood had just improved slightly, but as he continued cultivating the secret art, the pain continued to increase, and increase rapidly. The pain increased to a terrifying level and then decreased again. Again and again, the pain continued to increase, and each time it was stronger than the previous time. This caused Dongbua Shueing to feel a sense of fear. It was as though there was no end to it. As he cultivated, each wave of pain made him feel as though he was in hell, and each wave was stronger than the previous one. There was no end to it, and it was like a nightmare, getting stronger and stronger. Dongbua Shueing's heart was like glass, and he was fearless. Even if he felt fear and despair, he would quickly get rid of it. But he felt mentally tired. He would feel mentally tired after doing everything he could to complete the task. But every time he experienced the painful reincarnation, he would do it with all his might. As the cycle continued without end, even though Shueing's spirit was firm, He would gradually feel his heart and energy becoming thin and sallow. He felt extremely tired. As the saying goes, the first drum of energy, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. Under such torture, Dongbua Shwe-ing also felt mentally tired. However, because he had not mastered the secret art, he had to continue cultivating. Each of the 3 tribulations of cultivating heart was difficult to endure. For example, if he failed the tribulation of despair, he would have to go through the tribulation of despair again. He did not want to go through it again. He wanted to succeed in one go. Even if he was mentally tired, he forced himself to endure. He forced himself to endure. Time and time again, there was no end to it. He felt that he had fallen into the abyss of despair, but it was his tenacity that refused to admit defeat. As the saying goes, no confusion, no worry, no fear, empty mind, move forward with indomitable will, and only one thought. Right now, Dongbua Shwe-ing had only one thought in his mind. He felt as though his soul was about to collapse, and he even felt that his cultivation of the secret art had become numb. But he continued to endure. When he was young, he had to practice his spear techniques to the extreme every day. Later on, when he was poisoned, he had to endure it until he had enough time before he dared to consume the antidote. This was because consuming the antidote in advance would only shorten his lifespan. However, none of these had caused Dongbua Shwe-ing such pain. There was no end to it. One must know that his soul was much stronger than before, but he was still in such despair. This was only the first of the 3 tribulations of cultivating heart, despair. It was unknown how long had passed. Dongbua Shwe-ing felt as though he was about to die, but that single thought of his was holding on. He forced himself to endure. Even though he felt that his mental strength had been exhausted, he still endured. When another wave of incomparably terrifying pain engulfed his soul, when the pain gradually subsided, Dongbua Shwe-ing suddenly froze. He realized he had completed the cultivation of the 3 tribulations of cultivating heart, despair tribulation. I've endured it. Dongbua Shwe-ing was in a daze. Although his mental strength was still fatigued, there was a sense of joy spreading in the depths of his heart. He had finally escaped from this terrifying hell. Dongbua Shwe-ing's smile was somewhat haggard. He calculated the time. What, only 2 days? Dongbua Shwe-ing was slightly astonished. He felt as though a long time had passed while he was experiencing the endless pain. It was as though millions of years had passed. Now that he had completed the cultivation, he realized that only 2 days had passed. Dongbua Shwe-ing had completely relaxed. After relaxing for half a year, he finally felt as though he had been reborn and no longer felt fatigued. Only then did he begin the second of the 3 tribulations of cultivating heart, heart beating. Chapter 677. His heart was moved. The moment he started cultivating the second tribulation of the cultivating heart secret art, his true deity heart fell into an illusory realm. Within the illusory realm, standing at the peak of a tall mountain, Dongbua Shwe-ing's body was trembling slightly. The pain was constantly assaulting him. Suddenly, a fair hand was placed on Dongbua Shwe-ing's shoulder. Instantly, the pain disappeared. Dongbua Shwe-ing turned around and saw a beautiful lady behind him. In terms of looks, temperament, and charm, this lady was someone Dongbua Shwe-ing had never seen before in his life. Her voice was gentle and seductive. Why must you torture yourself like this? Why don't you accompany me more? As she spoke, she wrapped herself around Dongbua Shwe-ing, her breath blowing into Dongbua Shwe-ing's ears. It was very comfortable and the pain was gone. Dongbua Shwe-ing's energy burst forth from his body as he pushed the beautiful lady away. He turned around and left, but as he pushed the lady away, the pain intensified once more. Beside the lake, an old man was fishing. When Dongbua Shwe-ing appeared, the pain assaulted him. "Young man, why are you cultivating so hard? Isn't it because I want to live a leisurely life?" Look at me. I eat when I want to eat. I drink when I want to drink. I fish when I want to fish. And I sleep when I want to sleep. Why don't you let go of your obsession and enjoy all of this? Previously, when facing that beautiful lady, Dong Shui Ing didn't say a single word. But when facing this old man, he said, if you don't cultivate, your lifespan will only be 100 years. But if you cultivate, you will be able to live forever. You still want to cultivate? If you don't cultivate, what will you rely on to eat and drink? You will probably starve to death. If you cultivate, you will be able to enjoy all sorts of delicacies. If you don't cultivate, how many mountains can you climb? How far can you walk? If you cultivate, you will be able to soar into the sky and see the world. If you don't cultivate, even some random soldiers can cause you to fall into a desperate situation. If you cultivate, you will be able to fight against tens of thousands of people. Do you want to cultivate? Dong Shui Ing explained. When Dong Shui Ing's parents were arrested when he was a teenager, it made him understand that without enough power to protect him, how could he enjoy his life? An ant might be trampled to death one day. Not to mention, if you don't cultivate, you will only be one of the billions of living beings in the vast universe. 100 years of life is too short, and if you cultivate it, you will have the chance to stand at the peak of the universe, watching the birth and destruction of a star, watching the life and death of a race. You can easily destroy a piece of the void with a flick of your finger, and your will affect the life and death of countless lives. As Dong Shui Ing spoke, the old man disappeared. Dong Shui Ing appeared in a luxurious palace hall, sitting on a throne. Below him were a large group of officials, all of whom were kneeling and begging. Your Majesty, why torture yourself? You have a vast territory, peerless generals and loyal troops. No one dares to make an enemy out of you. Your Majesty, I feel sorry for you for torturing yourself like this. All of them begged. Dong Shui Ing shook his head lightly. If you only know how to enjoy life, you won't be able to sit firmly on this throne. In this world, there were all sorts of things that people yearned for, be it beauty, emotions, power, or delicacies, all sorts of temptations. However, Dong Shui Ing looked at all of this coldly. At his level of cultivation, he was very clear about the workings of the universe. Nothing was given out of thin air. In order to sit firmly on the throne and possess immense power, one would need to put in more effort to control countless officials and the entire world. In order to sit firmly on the throne and possess immense power, one would need to be strong enough to make others who covet their beauty fear them. In order to enjoy all sorts of delicacies, one would need to be qualified enough to make chefs willing to cook them and countless people willing to search for ingredients for them. Even for emotions, one would need to be strong enough to protect them. The laws of the universe were always fair. Therefore, although the heart tribulations were tempting, they weren't realistic. To Dong Shui Ing, it was a joke. Therefore, he easily passed the second heart tribulations, the heart tribulations. After passing 2 tribulations consecutively, Dong Shui Ing had confidence in passing the third heart tribulations. The third heart tribulations was called time. When he started cultivating the third heart tribulations, he would once again fall into an illusory realm. The flow of time within the illusory realm was different from the flow of time in the outside world. It was like an ordinary person dreaming. A long time might pass in the dream, but in reality it was just a short moment in the night. It was the same for the third heart tribulations. The time tribulations were the only heart tribulations that didn't cause him any pain. Time. Naturally, he had become a main character, starting a new life. From start to finish, Shui Ing could not resist and could not choose. He could only be the main character and experience everything in life. It was like a dream, facing the temptation of a certain woman. He clearly wanted to reject it, but in the dream, he still chose to accept it. It was the same for the time tribulations. Everything was out of his control, and everything developed naturally. The first main character had an extremely long lifespan. He started off as an ordinary mortal, experiencing love and hate, cultivating, and eventually becoming a devil. This lifespan lasted for 5 billion years. Finally, he became a stage 2 world deity, but because he was too savage and crazy, he was killed by others. 5 billion years passed just like that in the time tribulations. Dongbua Shuang had never experienced such a long period of time before. How long had he cultivated previously? Although his cultivation heart realm was extremely high, it was unavoidable for him to be affected. The second main character. He was even darker. He experienced all sorts of tragedies in the world, and at the age of 16, he completely became a devil. He sought refuge with a demonic god and destroyed the entire world. He even entered the dark abyss and became a powerful demonic god. Savage, cunning, cold, and distrustful. He lived for 3 billion years until he was killed at the stage 3 world deity realm. The third main character. Everything went smoothly for him. He lived the life of a genius without any setbacks. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He had many wives and concubines, and countless beauties threw themselves at him. The main character didn't even want most of them. Even if they didn't have true feelings for him, he wouldn't accept them. This main character lived all the way until he became a stage for world deity. He lived an incomparably carefree life before dying of old age. He had lived for more than 12 billion years. At the instant he died of old age. Pum! Dongbua Shuang's true deity heart trembled, and he stopped cultivating. I failed. Dongbua Shuang woke up. He understood that he had failed the third tribulation of the cultivating heart secret technique. Only 1,100 years have passed in the real world, but more than 10 billion years have passed in the time tribulation. Even his spirit was affected, and he could no longer continue. The time tribulation. It required one spirit to remain transcendent throughout the entire time tribulation. Clearly, the 3 main characters were just a portion of the time tribulation. Time itself is a mysterious thing. With the passage of time, a person's heart will change. Dongbua Shuang thought to himself, even if my heart is like glass, I can withstand the passage of time. But to completely transform into another person and experience all of that for more than 10 billion years, how can I completely ignore it? How long had he been cultivating? Dongbua Shuang even felt like he was in a trance, unable to differentiate between reality and illusion. Even his soul felt old, as if he had really reached the end of his lifespan and was about to die, after failing the third tribulation. Dongbua Shuang was not in a hurry to cultivate. His main body stayed with his wife and children in his hometown. Only then did his mental state gradually recover. He didn't know when the time tribulation would end. How many journeys will there be? It was no wonder that even the powerful venerable ones were defeated by the cultivating heart secret technique. After spending 3,000 years with his wife and children, he felt that he had completely recovered. He tried again. This time he experienced the lives of 3 main characters and failed to cultivate. Failure. Failure. Very soon, 10,000 years were up. The white-robed, white-haired, white-bearded old man stood up. He looked at Dongbua Shuang without feeling strange. You are trapped in the time tribulation? Only a small portion of true God paragons can pass through the time tribulation. You are ultimately too young. Saying that, he waved his hand. A bubble wrapped around Dongbua Shuang and sent him out. Ice and snow filled the sky. Within the icy snow Eden world, Dongbua Shuang continued cultivating the cultivating heart secret technique. But he still failed. Gradually, he started to feel anxious. And just 30,000 years after he was thrown out of the cultivating heart palace hall, within a starry sky in the deity world, an old man wearing a simple robe stood in the starry sky. He was looking at a distant starry sky region. He was the most ancient ruler in the entire cosmos, Primal Master. Amen. Primal Master frowned. Blood Edge, the few of you should hurry over. I might have discovered the base of the ancestor mother religion. Primal Master transmitted. Ever since Shui-Ing gave the bloodshed God Emperor the star map, the rulers had already begun investigating the region of the star map in detail. You've discovered it. We're coming. We're coming. Blood Edge, Temporal Island Lord, Abyss, Primogenitor, and the others were all delighted. They rushed over. Chapter 678. In this starry sky, many figures appeared one after another. The simple-robed old man Primal Master, the graceful and luxurious Empress Qianhe, the black-robed, black-haired Temporal Island Lord, the golden-armored, cold male, Purgatory Ruler, the gigantic ruler Nile who was emitting a bloody aura, the muscular man with a face full of stubble, Abyss, Primogenitor, the starry-robed, myriad God Palace head, and the crimson-robed Blood Blade who had the deepest and most profound aura. There were a total of 8 rulers. Other than the 8 rulers, there were 2 other existences. There was a gentle young man wearing a moon-white robe and a gray-robed, barefooted male with messy hair. This gentle young man was like the spring breeze or rain. He did not give off any pressure and would only make others want to get closer to him. As for the other, gray-robed, barefooted male, even though his eyes were gentle, he gave off a natural feeling as if he was the ruler of the surrounding world, causing others to have the impulse to bow down to him. They were Pang-E and Monarch Green. They also had the strength of rulers. This time, the 10 existences standing at the peak of the cultivator cosmos were all gathered here. Primal, you are indeed the oldest living being in our epoch. We have been investigating one by one, yet you were the first to discover it. Ruler Nile teased. I've checked this place multiple times, and this time I discovered something abnormal. Only after pondering carefully did I discover the flaw. Primal Master chuckled. He was relatively delighted, since the ancestor mother religion's concealment techniques were formidable. Since we have discovered it, let's not delay any further. Prepare to act. Bloodblade said. Bloodblade, you shall lead everyone. Abyss Primogenitor said. You shall do it. Primal Master agreed. The 9 present did not object, because everyone knew that Bloodblade was the most complicated in terms of cultivation. Bloodblade was number 1 in both arrays and refinement. One could see how many aspects he was proficient in. Only Bloodblade was suitable to lead rulers who specialized in different aspects. All right. Bloodblade did not reject. He began his preparations. 1. The void behind Bloodblade suddenly split open. An enormous golden eye appeared in the depths of the crack. This golden eye was looking at the distant region. At this moment, the aura of the bloodshed God Emperor was slightly chaotic. The black bird on his shoulder was on guard against the surroundings because the black bird was clear that the bloodshed God Emperor could not retaliate at all. He needed its protection. They've discovered us and are preparing to flee, Bloodblade said. The spatial crack behind them closed, and the giant golden eye disappeared. Listen to my command. Killing intent flashed in Bloodblade's eyes. A great battle at the apex of the cultivator cosmos had quietly begun. There were only 10 participants on the mental cultivator side. Icy Snow Cave, standing on the vast snowy ground. Dongbua Shui-Ing wielded the blood serpent spear and executed his spear arts. His spear arts were filled with killing intent. Spear light streaked across the sky, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. He couldn't withstand the cultivating heart secret technique's time calamity. Dongbua Shui-Ing also realized that it wasn't suitable for him to forcefully cultivate it. Hence, he temporarily put it aside. He first cultivated the Mirage Dao and researched the flying knife true god weapon and the slaughter Dao within the blood serpent spear. What he lacked the most now was an offensive technique. Hence, he focused on researching the slaughter Dao, hoping to open it. He would even occasionally study the demon's saber. The slaughter saber Dao in the demon saber was also related to slaughter. Who? Dongbua Shui Ing suddenly retracted his spear, revealing a look of shock. What? Big brother Huicheng, is that true? Dongbua Shui Ing asked through karma. It's true. Pang Yi has become a ruler. This is what my master told me. How can it be false? Paragon Huicheng was also very excited. Pang Yi has finally become a ruler. Dongbua Shui Ing was startled. Pang Yi's combat power was deep and unfathomable. Before becoming a ruler, he was ranked 8th on the Cosmos Deity Demon list, 1 rank higher than Bloody Ruler and above Monarch Green. Who discovered Pang Yi becoming a ruler? Dongbua Shui asked. Did he take the initiative to announce it? It was the rulers who discovered an important place belonging to the ancestor mother religion. They thought that it was their base. Hence, the 8 rulers, Pang Yi and Monarch Green, moved together to attack that important place. That important place actually only had a religious leader and 2 protectors under him. But by relying on the terrain, that religious leader managed to resist for a long time. During this process, Pang Yi suddenly displayed an extremely powerful combat power. He actually killed those 2 protectors with a secret technique, causing a flaw to appear in the region controlled by those 2 protectors. That religious leader ultimately used a unique treasure to vanish into thin air. Paragon Huicheng said, "But after that important place was attacked, I've heard from my teacher that they had a huge harvest and discovered many secrets of the ancestor mother religion." Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. After all, it was an important place where a religious leader and 2 protectors were stationed. It was normal for them to discover some secrets. Pang Yi has become a ruler, and his combat power is formidable. Furthermore, he could kill those 2 protectors, even with the layers of protection in the important place. This is something Bloodblade and the others could not do. Paragon Huicheng said, "Formidable, too formidable. I've asked my teacher before, and it said that this is a new cultivation technique created by Pang Yi. Formidable." Dongbua Shui Ing praised. After being informed by Paragon Huicheng, God Emperor soon gave a simple explanation to his disciple. Snow Eagle, that star map you've investigated is indeed correct. This time, we've discovered an important place of the ancestor mother religion in that star field. According to the arrays of that important place, it should form a huge array with the other 2 important places and the base of the ancestor mother religion. This array is formidable and extremely stable. Fortunately, Pang Yi executed a secret technique and suddenly killed all the lackeys under the religious leader, causing a flaw to appear in the operation of the internal arrays of that important place. Only then did we seize the opportunity to attack it. Ha ha ha, we've broken through this place. The other 2 important places and the base of the ancestor mother religion have lost the protection of this array. Furthermore, according to the deductions of the array, the ancestor mother religion is definitely in that star field. Dongbua Shui Ing could feel the joy of his teacher, other than God Emperor, who informed him about it. Very soon, other familiar paragons and other powerful existences began transmitting the news over. After all, the birth of a new ruler was a huge matter to the entire cosmos. Naturally, it would cause a commotion. As the news gradually spread, many world deities and even ordinary deities knew that the deity world had given birth to another ruler, Pang Yi. Half a year after Pang Yi became a ruler, he accepted a disciple. This disciple was called Hui Ming. He was also the eldest disciple brother of Dongbua Shui Ing, senior disciple brother Hui Ming. The day after Hui Ming became Pang Yi's disciple, it shook the entire deity world and abyss. Because he had transcended, he had become a powerful existence. He was a stage 4 world deity who spread his faith wantonly. Countless karmic entanglements had transcended and become a powerful existence just a day after he became Pang Yi's disciple. This matter shook the entire cosmos. Be it rulers or world deities, they were all stunned. After all, it was almost impossible to transcend to become a stage for world deity by absorbing faith stones. Huiming had actually transcended just a day after becoming Pang Yi's disciple. Everyone could guess that it had something to do with this newly born ruler, Pang Yi. In fact, Pang Yi soon admitted that even if he was entangled by countless karmic entanglements, he could still transcend with his cultivation technique. Thereupon, everyone was in an uproar. Many stage 4 world deities desired to become Pang Yi's disciple. Even the rulers were asking Pang Yi for help. Even the bloodshed God Emperor asked, "Is it possible for Shui Ying and Bamboo Mountain to rely on this cultivation technique to transcend? They've already opened their own paths. I can't help them." Pang Yi directly refused. Dongbua Shuiying was also thinking of ways to get his wife, Jing Qiu, to become Pang Yi's disciple. There were simply too many experts who wanted to become his disciple. All of them wanted to transcend, like Huiming, because there were simply too many demanding. For the sake of transcending, stage 4 world deities were willing to do anything. Pang Yi also knew that he had to face all of this. "If you want to become my disciple, that's fine. Come to my place and listen to my lectures on the Tao for 3 days. If you can comprehend anything, then please leave," Pang Yi directly announced. "First, let me remind you that Huiming is the only one who has managed to cross the threshold of my cultivation technique." When it was time for his public lecture on the Tao, large groups of stage 4 world deities, be it the deity world or the dark abyss, even many world deities who lived in seclusion, including some weaker stage 3 and stage 2 world deities, would rush over. Even paragons and rulers would send their avatars or true god avatars over. Dongbua Shuiying also sent a world deity avatar to listen to his lecture on the Tao. The moment he heard this, Dongbua Shuiying was stunned. Pang Yi's cultivation technique required the spread of faith. Even so, it was extremely difficult to cross the threshold. There were so many world deities present, including stage 3 and stage 2 world deities, but not a single one had managed to cross the threshold. For people like Dongbua Shuiying, who had never absorbed faith energy, it was even more impossible. The commotion caused by Pang Yi's cultivation technique also gradually died down. This made everyone understand that transcending was not an easy task. A year after Pang Yi became a ruler, the most ancient ruler in the cosmos, the Primal Master, finally edited and compiled the newest cosmos deity demon list. He passed it down to all the experts on the list. Naturally, it was passed down to Dongbua Shuiying. Chapter 679. On the peak of the snowy mountain, Dongbua Shuiying was seated cross-legged. Large amounts of snow had accumulated, turning him into a snowman. Dongbua Shuiying did not seem to mind this bit of coldness. He was fully focused on cultivating the cultivating heart secret technique. Dongbua Shuiying. A familiar voice could be heard. It was Primal Master's voice. Dongbua Shuiying temporarily stopped cultivating. At the same time, a copy of the Cosmos Deity Demon List was transmitted over. The accumulated snow and ice on his body were blasted away. Sitting cross-legged, Shuiying stood up with a smile. "Primal Master has actually ranked me so high. I thought I would be at the bottom of the paragons. But it seems that killing 2 protectors of the ancestor mother religion has helped me push my ranking up." The newly revised Cosmos Deity Demon List. First place was still Bloodblade. His position was unshakable and unfathomable. Second place was Abyss Primogenitor. Third place was Primal Master. The 3 of them had always had a stable position. Before Pang Yi broke through, the other 5 rulers specialized in certain aspects. In a true battle, the gap between them and the top 3 rulers was obvious. 4th place, Pang Yi 5th place, Purgatory Ruler 6th place, Temporal Island Lord 7th place, Myriad God Palace had 8th place, Empress Qian H 9th place, Bloody Ruler the newly born ruler, Pang Yi was ranked 4th, suppressing the other 5 rulers. He was even stronger than Bloodblade and the other 2 rulers. One had to know that after breaking through, rulers had to gradually stabilize and accumulate their strength to become stronger. But Pang Yi was able to suppress Temporal Island Lord and the other 3 the moment he broke through. One could see how extraordinary he was. Next were the Paragons. 10th place, Monarch, Green 11th place, Heavenly Emperor of Great, Destruction 12th place, Monarch Hex, Cricket 13th place, Water Devil King 14th place, White Sovereign King 15th place, Bitter Cultivator. 25th place, Monarch Destruction. 33rd place, Monarch Dongbo. 65th place, Huiming. 100th place, Forefather Fierce Tyrant on the Cosmos Deity Demon list. There were 9 rulers and 36 paragons, including Bamboo Mountain and Dongbo Shuang. In other words, the weakest paragon was ranked 45th. I'm ranked 33rd. There are 12 venerables behind me. Dongbo Shuang thought to himself. Right now, he could not be considered as a top-tier venerable. He could only be considered as an ordinary venerable. As for ordinary paragons, they had lived for a very long time, even longer than Bloodblade. They had many experiences, they had opened their daos, comprehended the laws and profound mysteries, researched the traces left behind by the previous epochs, and comprehended all sorts of methods. Over the years, most of these ordinary venerables were extraordinary, and some of them had powerful treasures on them. For example, although the Monarch of Destruction was an ordinary paragon, he was the master of Bloodblade. The Bloodblade had to repay the kindness of teaching him. How could he not have treasures on him? Among ordinary venerable ones, he was one of the top few, ranked 25th. Dongbo Shuang could be considered at the middle level of ordinary paragons. Just by relying on his Tao of Mirage, he could only survive and was not qualified to suppress the 12 ancient paragons. It was just that he could kill 2 protectors from the ancestor mother religion, proving that he was not weak in terms of offense. Naturally, his ranking was higher. Senior disciple brother Huiming is quite formidable. He has just transcended, and he is ranked 65th. The cultivation technique created by ruler Pang Yi is indeed mysterious. Dongbo Shuang praised. Dongbo Shuang was relatively calm and joyful when he saw this list. But many experts across the deity world and abyss were shocked when they saw this list. Huiming transcended after becoming Pang Yi's disciple. Even though everyone was shocked that he could be ranked 65th, they could still accept it. After all, ruler Pang Yi's cultivation technique had long been known to be mysterious. Until now, other than the creator, Huiming was the only one who successfully cultivated this cultivation technique. Pang Yi being ranked 4th amongst the rulers, everyone felt that it was normal. But Dongbo Shuang, many powerful existences, and some ordinary paragons were dumbfounded. Few knew that Dongbo Shuang had killed the protectors of the ancestor mother religion. After all, most powerful existences had never heard of the ancestor mother religion, and the ordinary paragons knew little about it. Those who knew that Dongbo Shuang had killed the protectors of the ancestor mother religion were the rulers and the few apex paragons. Thus, in the hearts of many powerful existences, Dongbo Shuang was still a slightly more heaven-defying stage for world deity. Even though he had once suppressed Bamboo Saint, there had been some heaven-defying stage for world deities in the history of the deity world. But the Cosmos Deity Demon list had actually ranked Dongbo Shuang amongst the paragons. Furthermore, he was ranked in the middle, suppressing a total of 12 paragons. This was too unfathomable. Such a matter had only happened once since the birth of this Cosmos epoch, and that was with Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. 33rd. Dongbo Shuang is ranked 33rd? How is this possible? Could he have made a mistake? But the Cosmos Deity Demon list was decided by the legendary Primal Master, and he would not have made such a mistake. He must have had sufficient confidence. Unless Dongbo Shuang has opened a Tao like the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master? Those who could obtain the list were ranked in the top 100. Their horizons were much broader. They were not like the stage 4 world deities who thought that Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master had relied on his absolute art to survive until now. These people in the top 100 were clear that Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master had opened his Tao when he was a stage 4 world deity. Furthermore, he had cultivated it to an extremely high realm and was ranked at the apex even amongst paragons. And now, it seemed that another such existence had appeared in this cosmos. Dongbua Shui Ying has opened his Tao. Is this real or fake? How long has he cultivated? Just 1,000,000 years, right? Old brother Hu Cheng, monarch Dongbua, has opened his Tao. All the powerful existences in the entire deity world and abyss were discussing about the newest cosmos deity demon list. Some of the weaker ones who did not have the qualifications to obtain the Cosmos Deity Demon list received the news from their good friends. After all, the information contained in this Cosmos Deity Demon list was too shocking. In an instant, the news spread rapidly. Almost all the paragons and powerful existences knew of this matter. Even those who had some relationship with Dongbua Shui Ying came to congratulate him. Monarch Dongbua, congratulations. Since the birth of this cosmos, you are the second stage for world deity to open his Tao. What's there to congratulate? He has no way of transcending. Monarch Dongbua has opened his Tao in 1,000,000 years. Transcending is definitely not difficult. One by one, they transmitted the news. Dongbua Shui Ying also replied to them. When they first heard of the newest Cosmos Deity Demon list, many experts were still in an uproar. But very soon, a discussion began to spread. Pang Yi has become a ruler, and the Bloodshed God Palace has one less ancestor. The new 3 ancestors should be Monarch Destruction, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, and Monarch Dongbua. The news of the new 3 ancestors naturally spread. The apex existences like Monarch Green, Paragon Hui Chang, Monarch Hex Cricket, Water Devil King, and others did not have any objections to this. After all, they knew that Dongbua Shui Ying had killed 2 protectors from the ancestor mother religion. Just based on this battle achievement, it was sufficient for him to become one of the 3 ancestors of the Bloodshed God Palace. Some of the weaker paragons and ordinary powerful existences were muttering inwardly, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master is an apex paragon. Pang Yi was not a ruler in the past, yet he could fight against one. The weakest Monarch Destruction has accumulated a deep foundation and is ranked 25th. Now that Pang Yi has become a ruler, Dongbua Shui Ying has become one of the 3 ancestors. He is ranked 33rd. Yet he is the weakest of the 3 ancestors. There were some who felt that Dongbua Shui Ying was too weak, pulling down the level of the 3 ancestors. But in any case, they knew that Shui Ying was already a paragon, and could barely be considered qualified to be in that position. But the news of the 3 ancestors was something many stage 4 world deities and weaker world deities paid close attention to. After all, many weaker cultivators dreamed of becoming a disciple of one of the 3 ancestors. Now that Pang Yi had become a ruler, they heard that the new 3 ancestors had lost Pang Yi and gained a new Dongbua Shui Ying. Dongbua Shui Ying. He has become one of the 3 ancestors. He is a stage 4 world deity, and he has become one of the 3 ancestors. Who is spreading this rumor? What kind of joke is this? He has only cultivated for a short period of time, yet he is qualified to become one of the 3 ancestors? Chapter 680. These world deities naturally respected Dongbua Shui Ying, but in their hearts they had their own judgments. In their eyes, Dongbua Shui Ying was a heaven-defying stage for world deity, and was stronger than some of the ordinary powerful existences. But how could he become one of the 3 ancestors just because of this? They felt that Shui Ying was still lacking in confidence, and lacked the qualifications. It was just like how ordinary commoners would discuss certain generals and emperors in the dark. Clearly, these world deities felt that Dongbua Shueing was not worthy of being one of the three ancestors. Bringing him in would be an insult to the three ancestors who had a high status in their hearts. Although they were indignant in their hearts, on the surface, they still chose to speak with caution. Temporal Island. There were currently three powerful existences, chatting and laughing about the Tao. As they chatted, they eventually reached the topic of Dongbua Shueing. Black Devil, Dongbua Shueing has opened his Tao. Are you panicking? Are you afraid? A male with a lion head laughed. Forefather Black Devil sat by the side, holding a cup of wine. He squinted his eyes and laughed. Afraid, of course I'm afraid. That's why I'm hiding in the Temporal Island, not daring to leave. My luck is truly bad. I killed Sacred Master Crimson Dust. But who would have thought that his two disciples, one Huiming and the other Dongbua Shueing, are getting stronger and stronger? That's right. Both of Crimson Dust's disciples are getting stronger and stronger. One of them is a disciple of Pang Yi. Pang Yi's cultivation technique is said to be extremely profound, and even if one were to hide carefully, one could still be killed. Dongbua Shueing is even more formidable, having opened his Tao in 1,000,000 years. In the future, he will most likely become even more formidable. Another male with a violet tattoo on his face sneered, "Even I admire your luck, Black Devil." Forefather Black Devil laughed, but did not say anything. Isn't it said that the new three ancestors of the Bloodshed God Palace are Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, Monarch of Destruction, and Dongbua Shueing? The male with a lion head smashed his wine cup on the table. Everyone is putting Dongbua Shueing on a pedestal. Even according to the Cosmos Deity Demon list, he is much weaker than Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master and Monarch of Destruction. Don't underestimate him. Old Ancestor Black Fiend smiled and said in a low voice, to be able to open his Tao in 1,000,000 years, he might even become a ruler in the future. Become a sovereign? The other two looked at Patriarch Black Fiend. Black Fiend, you'll be in an even more miserable state. What can I do? Patriarch Black Demon smiled helplessly, but there was a hint of calmness in his smile. With regards to Dongbua Shueing becoming one of the three ancestors, the stronger one was, the more they could accept it. On the other hand, the most ordinary universe deities felt that Dongbua Shueing was too weak and was not qualified yet. Those who were weak and had little understanding would naturally be biased in their judgment. Dongbua Shueing did not care about this. He had opened his Tao in 1,000,000 years and had fought with the ancestor Mother Religion. At the starting ground, he had seen that strongest world deity and that black dog that could injure the Lake Heart Island Master. After seeing all these, Dongbua Shueing was clear that his current realm was too shallow. He wanted to walk higher and stand higher. Becoming a ruler and transcending was merely his current goal. He wanted to be even more formidable, like the Lake Heart Island Master, Ancestor Devil, and even reach the realm of the starting ground forefather. Thus, the discussions in the outside world were just a joke to him. Hoo-hoo! The cold wind was howling. Within the icy snow Eden, it seemed as though time did not leave any traces behind. There was eternal cold wind and eternal snow. Dongbua Shueing was cultivating here. In the blink of an eye, more than 8,000,000 years had passed. To Dongbua Shueing, 8,000,000 years was a very long time. After all, he had only cultivated for a total of 1,000,000 years before coming to the icy snow Eden. However, to the powerful cultivators of the vast universe, 8,000,000 years was a very short period of time. For example, Bloodblade, Primal Master, and the others had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. 8,000,000 years was a very short period of time, but the entire deity realm and abyss had not experienced any changes. Of course, the countless mortals and transcendents had replaced the Dongbua clan, and the Dongbua Shueing had become more and more like a legend. At the peak of the mountain, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. Dongbua Shueing looked at the vast snow-white land. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. One must know that the cultivating heart secret technique, the time tribulation, would take an incomparably long period of time. Under the baptism of the time tribulation, as well as the comprehension of the laws of profound mysteries, Dongbua Shuiying's heart was being tempered. It was like a blade being sharpened. Who? The surface of Dongbua Shuiying's body emitted formless ripples. Rumble, the formless black fog spread out rapidly, covering tens of millions of li, hundreds of millions of li. The surrounding world turned pitch black. The black fog surged and surrounded Dongbua Shuiying, who was standing in the center. He was like a terrifying fiend god that ruled over the darkness. Sila! A beam of light flashed across the huge black fog that spanned hundreds of millions of li. The light flashed. The area of hundreds of millions of li was sliced apart like a piece of paper. This extreme condensation and instantaneous burst of terrifying might was enough to make even supremacies feel apprehensive. After 8 million years, I have not succeeded in cultivating the cultivating heart secret technique. However, I have finally succeeded in opening the Tao of Massacre. Shuiying chuckled. With a thought, one could see many flashes of light, causing the region of 50 billion kilometers to be sliced apart. This vast world was sliced into pieces before turning into nothingness and dissipating. The world regained its original state of being filled with snowflakes. Tao of Massacre. Dongbua Shuiying nodded lightly. I still have to thank the time tribulation. The time tribulation could either cause one to sink into oblivion, or one had to be like a blade that sliced apart everything in its path. As his intent became more condensed, his comprehension of the Tao of Massacre deepened. Coupled with the 3 true God weapons that were helpful to the Tao of Massacre, he had finally succeeded. With the Tao of Massacre, I have made up for my weakness in offense. Dongbua Shuiying thought to himself. In the past, he relied on the eternal realm Tao of Massacre within the blood serpent spear. He relied on the profoundness of the true God weapon and the blood serpent's venom, in addition to his own strength. Now that I have grasped the Tao of Massacre, the blood serpent spear and the flying dagger are much more powerful in my hands. The Tao of Massacre was completely different from the Tao of Mirage. It existed for the sake of massacre. Dongbua Shuiying comprehended the Tao of Massacre in an extremely condensed manner. He gathered all of his attacks at a single point. This point was like a ray of light that could pierce through or slice through everything. Everything that it pierced or sliced would be destroyed instantly. It was extremely clean and direct. Apart from this, there was nothing else he could do. The method was simple, but the power of the attack was extremely strong. 2 Taos. Dongbua Shuiying revealed a smile. There were many benefits to having 2 Taos. Firstly, they could assist each other. He could use the Tao of Mirage to walk in the Mirage world and ambush his enemies, allowing his attacks to be more effective. It would also be easy for him to escape. Secondly, it was beneficial to his cultivation. Having 2 Taos meant that he would have 2 paths to becoming a ruler. His chances would also be greatly increased. The reason why Dongbua Shuiying focused on comprehending the Tao of Massacre was because of the Tao of Massacre. When he was young, he chased after extreme power and massacre. When he was young, he comprehended the true meaning of extreme piercing, which was an extreme killing technique. In this aspect, he was more eager to learn it. If he wanted to cultivate, he would naturally cultivate what he chased after. Of course, his 3 true God weapons were also of great help to his Tao of Massacre. Thus, he continued to study it and succeeded. Having grasped hold of 2 Taos, Shuiying dared to fight with apex paragons. Even amongst apex paragons, there were some who had only grasped a single Tao. Naturally, after reaching the pinnacle of that Tao, any further advancement would lead to eternity. That was also an extremely difficult hurdle. Compared to peak paragons, I'm more balanced. Naturally, I can't compare to Senior Monarch Green and the others. Dongbua Shuiying was very clear-headed. Monarch Green had fused 3 Daos and had reached the pinnacle. He could fight against rulers head-on. Chapter 681. It's been a long time since I last cultivated the cultivating heart secret technique. Now that I've opened up the Tao of slaughter, I'll cultivate it once more. Shuang thought. Every time he cultivated the cultivating heart secret technique, the time tribulation, he would have to spend several thousand years on it, and it would also have a significant impact on his heart realm. Usually, he would only cultivate it once after a relatively long period of time. However, he had already cultivated it many times over the course of 8 million years. Now that he had succeeded in the Tao of slaughter, Dongbu Shuang was filled with fighting spirit. He immediately sat down cross-legged and tried again. Snowflakes landed on Dongbu Shuang's body, and they even started to freeze. Gradually, Dongbu Shuang turned into a snowman. Time calamity. One life after another. Without a choice, he could only become one of the main characters and experience a part of their lives. These lives were either dark and crazy, free and unfettered, cold and evil, or tyrannical and unparalleled. Shuang had never experienced so many unfathomable things ever since he started cultivating, but he had experienced them all during the time tribulation. Furthermore, the main character's personality was completely different from his own. This warped feeling continued to affect Dongbu Shuang. Even a paragon would find it hard to stabilize his mental state under the time calamity. The 9th. Dongbu Shuang had already started to experience the life of the 9th main character. In the past, he had never reached the 9th main character. The 9th main character was very simple. Before the age of 25, he lived the life of an ordinary mortal. He didn't even enter a big city more than a few times. At the age of 25, he awakened his world deity bloodline and immediately became a transcendent. In the past, he had too little experience. Just as he became a transcendent, various organizations tried to rope him in, causing him to be intoxicated by their love. He believed that it was his true love and was used time and time again. In the end, he was even imprisoned by a transcendent demigod mage as an experimental subject. It was only in the prison that he came to a realization. He could not believe that the 3 women he loved the most had lied to him. Under the experiments of the transcendent demigod mage, he was tortured. However, during the torture, another experimental subject in the prison, an extremely ugly woman, spoke to him through the cage. He did not know why, but he fell in love with this ugly woman. He felt that only this ugly woman was true to him. Finally, one day, that ugly woman died during the experiment. He crumbled. Insanity. That day, thunder rumbled in the sky, and everything within 5,000 kilometers was in ruins. The demigod mage also died. From then on, a deranged man was born. He had a perverse personality and great strength. When he was a transcendent, he was already comparable to a deity. Later on, his strength continued to grow. Deity, stage 1 world deity, stage 2 world deity, he was a madman. Sometimes he would fall madly in love with some mortal girl. Other times he would scheme against some enemies, toying with them until they died. His personality kept changing. After becoming a stage 4 world deity and transcending to become a powerful existence, he resurrected that ugly woman. After a period of peace, that ugly woman merely became an ordinary deity. Soon, her lifespan came to an end, and her true deity heart dissipated. He became more and more perverse. He established the Tao of punishment lightning and became a paragon. Later on, he became a ruler. This period of time was more than 50 billion years. During this period of time, Dongbu Shuang's mental state was constantly changing according to the main character's strange temperament. It was as if he himself had become a madman. Fortunately, he was able to resist all of this. In the last 50 billion years of his life, he had even transcended as an almighty being, a paragon, and even a sovereign lord. This caused Dongbu Shuang's mental state to be tempered on a deeper level. Boom! The time tribulation was over. This time, it was a normal ending. It was the end of cultivation. The thick layer of snow on the snowman seated at the peak of the mountain gradually fell off, revealing the frozen layer of ice within. The layer of ice began cracking apart with pa-pa-pa sounds. Shui-ing, who was seated cross-legged within, opened his eyes. His eyes contained a power that would cause others to tremble in fear. The space in front of him had been pierced through, and 2 cracks had appeared, tearing apart the void. Is this the next level of cultivating the heart? Dongbua Shui-ing muttered softly. At the same time, he looked into his true deity heart. Within his sea of consciousness, the childlike Dongbua Shui-ing sat cross-legged. His entire body was like colored glass. However, the eyes of this true deity heart were very bright, so bright that others would not be able to look at them directly. Around the true deity heart, there were also many sharp edges. In the past, his true deity heart was just an ordinary deity heart. But now, his true deity heart was like a blade, a sword. Even his spirit and will were showing a corporeal sharpness. After mastering the refining heart secret art, this is it? Dongbua Shui-ing stood up. I have already mastered the 3 secret arts. Time to head to the refining heart palace. So, he immediately soared into the sky, following which his body seemed illusory and real at the same time. So, he teleported continuously. With the 3 devil palaces command medallion, Dongbua Shui-ing once again arrived at the refining heart palace. He entered the palace hall that was covered in snow. Within this ancient palace hall, the white-robed, white-haired, white-bearded old man appeared once again. He raised his head and looked at Dongbua Shui-ing. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You are here. Have you mastered it?" "I have." Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. "Let me see the power of your will," the white-robed, white-haired old man said. An invisible force burst forth from Dongbua Shui-ing's eyes. It instantly swept across the area before him. With a rumble, it struck the walls of the palace hall, causing them to tremble slightly. This was the refining heart palace, left behind by the ancestor devil. For it to be able to cause the walls to tremble, one could see how powerful it was. Many powerful existences would probably not be able to match up to this. Heart like a blade. You have really mastered it. It is one thing for a stage 4 world deity to open his Tao, but you have even mastered the refining heart secret art. The white-haired, white-bearded old man sighed. You are even a soldier of the army of destruction. Heart like a blade. Dongbua Shui-ing was puzzled. The cultivation of the heart is divided into 3 levels. Heart like colored glass, heart like a blade, and my heart as the heart of heaven. The white-haired, white-bearded old man said directly. Dongbua Shui-ing immediately memorized it. Heart like colored glass, heart like a blade, and my heart as the heart of heaven? The 3rd level, my heart as the heart of heaven? Dongbua Shui-ing could not help but ask. Don't even think about it. Throughout the many epochs of the universe, there has not been a single ruler who has cultivated the heart to this level. In fact, from what I know, only the Lake Heart Island Master and the Ancestor Devil have reached this level. Once one has cultivated the heart to this level, one can easily kill a ruler with just his will. The white-haired, white-bearded old man said. However, this is very difficult. Throughout the many epochs of the universe, there have been a few who have taken the final step from the ruler realm. However, only 2 have reached the 3rd level of the heart. Thus, little fellow from the army of destruction, it is best for you to become a ruler first. Don't bite off more than you can chew. One can kill a ruler with just his will. Dongbua Shui-ing was speechless. From this, one could see the transcendent status of the Lake Heart Island Master and the Ancestor Devil in the many epochs of the universe. Once you have cultivated the 3 great secret arts, you can obtain the opportunity left behind by the Ancestor Devil. The white-haired, white-bearded old man waved his hand, causing a huge bubble to appear beside him. With a single step, he entered the bubble. "Follow me." Dongbua Shui Ing obediently entered the bubble. Hua! The bubble shattered, and the two of them shattered as well. They were directly teleported through the void, following which the space around them changed. Amidst the primal chaos, there was a very small piece of land. On this land there was only a single structure, a pagoda. Dongbua Shui Ing and the white-haired, white-bearded old man appeared at the entrance of the pagoda. "Enter." The white-haired, white-bearded old man walked into the pagoda. Dongbua Shui Ing followed suit. Chapter 682. Dongbua Shui Ing lifted his head to take a look. The tower was 120 meters tall. It looked simple and unadorned. There was nothing special about it. It was like an ordinary ancient tower. He followed the steps and entered the tower. The interior of the pagoda was empty. Suspended in midair was a crystalline and translucent, thumb-sized green crystal. It was emitting a misty light that illuminated the interior of the pagoda. Shui Ing could not help but calm his heart. This is... Dongbua Shui Ing soon discovered that there were countless characters changing within the faint light emitted by the green crystal. They were constantly changing. After passing the test of the 3 devil palaces, one can obtain the fortuitous encounters left behind by the devil ancestor. One of these fortuitous encounters is the first volume of the Myriad Devil True Body, which is also the initial volume. This is something that every cultivator who passes the test can obtain. The other one is treasures. It all depends on luck. You can randomly grab an item from the treasury left behind by the devil ancestor. Whatever you grab, you will get it. The white-robed, white-haired elder laughed. If you are lucky, you might even obtain an ancient demon as your servant. Ancient demon? Dongbua Shui Ing's eyes lit up. Even the weakest among them is a ruler. The white-robed, white-haired elder purposely tempted him. Of course, ever since the devil ancestor left this tower, no one has been lucky enough to capture an ancient demon. Dongbua Shui Ing pouted. Clearly, the more heaven-defying one was, the lower the chances of success. This is the initial volume of the Myriad Devil True Body. Hurry up and take a look. The white-robed, white-haired elder pointed at the countless changing characters within the faint green light. The Myriad Devil True Body is the strongest absolute art of the devil ancestor. The initial volume is also the most important volume that establishes one's foundation. To someone at the level of the devil ancestor, this strength is not worth mentioning. However, to supremacies, it is an absolute art that they desire. You must know that the devil ancestor relied on the Myriad Devil True Body to render the sword master of the Lake Heart Island helpless. Dongbua Shui Ing had already calmed down and tried to memorize it. He was very clear how precious the Myriad Devil True Body was. Why did they chase after the fortuitous encounters of the 3 devil palaces? It was all for this ultimate technique. If the Extreme Annihilation Mysterious Body was a standard technique created by the master of Lake Heart Island for the army under his command, and it was only a simplified version of it for soldiers, the Myriad Fiend True Body was created by the Fiend ancestor for himself. It was also his greatest achievement over a long period of time. In this aspect, even the owner of Lake Heart Island was inferior. Even the Fiend ancestor had refined powerful ancient demons based on the many ideas of this ultimate art. Even though it was only the initial volume, it was still something that venerable ones dreamed of. How strange! Dongbua Shui Ing memorized the countless characters in the green light. The characters kept changing, and gradually as he memorized more and more characters, Dongbua Shui Ing began to understand some of the meaning behind them. One should know that the 3 fundamental secret skills were the most important parts of the beginner scroll. Now that he had mastered the 3 fundamental secret skills, when he looked at the beginner scroll again, he would naturally understand it. Dongbua Shui Ing spent more than an hour looking at it. They all understood. At the moment when he completely understood it, Dongbu Shueing understood that these characters were just a guide. Only when he understood the essence of the beginner scroll could he be considered to have mastered it. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how many characters he memorized, because the characters were endless. Have you mastered it? The white-robed old man asked. After mastering the 3 major secret skills, this beginner scroll isn't difficult at all. Dongbu Shueing nodded. It seems like I will need external help to master this beginner scroll. Dongbu Shueing said. You will have to search for it yourself. Actually, even without external help, you can master it just by relying on your own energy. It's just that you will need more time. The white-robed old man said. Dongbu Shueing twitched his mouth. Rely on myself to cultivate? He had already learned the beginner scroll. He was very clear that if he were to rely on the world deity energy in his body to evolve his body, it would probably take 10 billion years for his body to evolve successfully. Even if he were to maintain 100-fold time acceleration in the Eden treasure, 100 million years would have passed in the outside world. This was too long. Dongbu Shueing was unable to accept it. He wasn't willing to spend such a long time on cultivating an absolute art. If he were to rely on external help, he would be able to master it within 10,000 years. Come. The white-robed old man pointed to the wall by the side. A hole suddenly appeared on the wall. Stretch your hand in and grab whatever you can. It's all up to luck. All right. Dongbu Shueing was speechless. The ancestor devil actually arranged it like this. He could only walk forward and stretch his hand into the hole. The hole was completely empty. It seemed like there was nothing at all. Dongbu Shueing waved his hand in an attempt to grab something. Suddenly, he grabbed onto something. A formless energy pushed Dongbu Shueing out, and the hole closed up and disappeared. What is this? Dongbu Shueing looked at his hand. His hand was grabbing onto a piece of black paper. The paper was soft, and at the same time, a message was transmitted into his mind, following which, the paper crumbled and turned into nothingness. This. Dongbu Shueing was bewildered. This was a huge star map. In the star map, there were the sun star, moon star, dark abyss, and countless other stars. There were even records of the Lake Heart Island and the 6 Paths Tianlin. One of the locations was marked out. This is the star map of our cosmos. Dongbu Shueing was speechless. One must know that the end of a cosmos epoch would be followed by an apocalypse. The location marked out on the star map in the past, how could he check it in the 8th cosmos epoch? Fortunately, the moon star, sun star, Lake Heart Island, and the 6 Paths Tianluin have always been stable. Dongbu Shueing thought, based on their positions, I can deduce the location of this star map. A piece of paper. The white-robed old man said, Your luck is really strange. I wonder if it's good or bad. All right, it's time for you to leave. Who? A bubble appeared, wrapping around Dongbu Shueing. Pa! The bubble burst. Shueing was teleported away amidst the explosion. Icy snow Eden. Dongbu Shueing looked at the endless snowflakes. At the same time he transmitted via karma, Monarch Hex Cricket, I'm preparing to leave the 6 Paths Tianlin. Over 8 million years. Given your cultivation age, staying here for so long has surprised me. Monarch Hex Cricket replied. Dongbu Shueing chuckled. He did not plan to stay here for so long. He had only stayed here for the 3 devil palaces. Now that he had grasped the 3 great secret techniques and obtained the opportunity, he naturally had to leave. Then I won't accompany you. I'll be leaving first. If you need my help, you can look for me any time. Dongbu Shueing said. Any life form could at most enter 3 times in their lifetime. If it involved the ancestor mother religion, he was willing to enter the 6 Paths Tianlin. When the time comes, I'll use you to make up for the lack of manpower. Monarch Hex Cricket chuckled. The 2 bade farewell. Dongbua Shue-ing rapidly walked into the mirage world. He began teleporting towards the exit. Every Eden of the 6 paths Tian Luin had an exit. The exit was located deep within the maelstrom on the ground. If the maelstrom in the sky led to another Eden, then the huge maelstrom on the ground was the exit. Who? Dongbua Shue-ing dived into the dark maelstrom on the ground. He appeared again. He was already outside the 6 paths Tianlin. Seeing that huge 6-colored wheel revolving slowly, Dongbua Shue-ing chuckled. Following that, he tore through space-time and left. He was not in a rush to the location marked on the star map within the ancient pagoda, because it was hard to predict whether it would be a blessing or a calamity. Naturally, he had to make ample preparations before going to the place left behind by Ancestor Devil. After cultivating the initial scroll of the myriad devil true body and stabilizing his Tao of Slaughter, it would not be too late for him to set off after settling some matters in the deity world. After all, a few cosmos epochs had passed. This little bit of time did not matter. Who? Setting off from the 6 paths Tianluin at the end of the dark abyss, Dongbua Shue-ing soon reached the black fog sea. I'm back. Standing high in the sky, looking at the huge residence in the distance, Dongbua Shue-ing revealed a grin. This time he had left for far too long. Chapter 683. Black Fog Sea. The tables in the garden seemed to be placed without any order, but they were faintly in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth. Dongbua Shue-ing Jingqiu, Dongbua Qingshi Emoyangyu, Dongbua Lai and his wife, Uncle Zong, Qiu Qibai and his wife, Dongbua Yu and his wife, Dongbua Qingyao, and some of the most outstanding descendants of the Dongbua family, as well as some old friends of the Xia people such as Chao Qing, Mountain Lord He, Sikongyang, and so on. Father, Dongbua Qingyao said, although I can see Father in the Crimson Rock Mountain world, I haven't seen Father for over 8 million years in the Black Fog Sea. Father, you actually have the heart to do this. Dongbua Shue-ing laughed. We often meet in the Crimson Rock Mountain world, yet you're still talking about me. Snow Eagle, you've disappeared for long enough this time. Qiu Qibai laughed as well. He was already a stage 3 world deity. In the world of the Xia people, other than Dongbua Shue-ing and Jingqiu, he was the strongest. Moreover, because Jingqiu had reincarnated, Qiu Qibai's actual cultivation time was much shorter than Jingqiu's. This is your monarch residence, yet you're not here. Even his mother, Mo Yangyu, said, Your father and I have come to the Black Fog Sea many times, yet we haven't seen you even once. It's my fault, my fault. Dongbua Shue-ing said. In front of his mother, he had to obediently admit his mistake. To other powerful existences and world deities, 8 million years seemed like a very short period of time. But to this group of people who came from the world of the Xia people, 8 million years was far too long. Thus, when they received the news of Dongbua Shue-ing's return, they rushed over from all directions. The wandering Dongbua Lai and his wife immediately rushed over to see their son. His younger brother, Dongbua Qingshi, also rushed over. This was definitely a rare reunion feast. The group chatted in 2s and 3s. Although Dongbua Shue-ing's current status was extremely high, their relationship was still not ordinary. For example, he, Chao Qing, Mountain Lord He, and the others had gone through life and death situations together. This banquet had put Dongbua Shue-ing in a good mood. After the banquet ended, everyone went to their respective resting places in 2s and 3s, and some continued to have small gatherings. Dongbua Shue-ing and Jingqiu were also taking a stroll in the mansion. Snow Eagle, I thought you'd only return after the Myriad Flower Feast, Jingqiu laughed. Myriad Flower Feast. Dongbua Shue-ing was taken aback. Have you forgotten? The Myriad Flower Feast hosted by His Majesty God Emperor only happens once every 10 million years, Jingqiu said. The next Myriad Flower Feast is about to begin. Dongbua Shue-ing nodded. He had a strange feeling in his heart. He could still clearly remember when he left the world of the Xia people to participate in the myriad flower feast. Back then, his old brother White Sand had helped him block the venomous Ying world deity, and he had also roamed the world before finally being accepted as a disciple by God Emperor. At that time, he had only just grasped hold of a grade 1 deity heart, the world deity heart. In order to prevent Patriarch Black Devil from dealing with him, he did not dare to reveal it. In the blink of an eye, now that he had opened 2 Daos, he no longer cared about ordinary powerful existences. Even the high and mighty rulers were not out of his reach. As long as he followed the 2 Daos he had opened, he would be able to become a ruler if he succeeded in attaining eternity in any of them. The next myriad flower feast, Dongbo Shueting muttered. By then, I will have to participate. Since you are a disciple of God Emperor, you have to participate even more. Jing Qiu said, there are some juniors from our Dongbo clan who have already made preparations to fight in this myriad flower feast. Oh, are there any who are sufficiently outstanding and qualified to become a disciple of a powerful existence? Dongbo Shueing chuckled as he asked. Jing Qiu shook her head. The Dongbo clan has given them the chance to learn world deity, ranked secret techniques, and guidance. It should be possible for them to enter the Starfield selections. As for being outstanding, I don't think so. Dongbo Shueing nodded. The Myriad Flower Feast. Back then, I participated in the Myriad Flower Feast. But now, I am watching the juniors fight. After returning to the Black Fog Sea, Dongbo Shueing used his connections through the Bloodshed Tavern to ask for the help of many of his good friends. He began collecting the external materials required for the initial scroll of the Myriad Devil True Body. He had already killed 2 protectors from the ancestor, Mother Religion. He was rich and overbearing, and he had the confidence to collect these treasures. After all, the treasures sent over by other experts were equivalent in value. He could not let the other party suffer a loss. This was also for the sake of Dongbo Shueing's face. Otherwise, the other party might not even exchange for the treasures. At the same time, Dongbo Shueing was also consolidating the Tao of Slaughter that he had just opened. He was wholeheartedly cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 years had passed. The Bloodshed Tavern had helped him collect more than half of the more commonly seen external materials. He had also relied on the help of many friends to collect them. There were even 2 apex paragons who took the initiative to help him. They were Monarch Green and Bitter Cultivator. Monarch Dongbo, looking at the external materials you require, you have also obtained the initial scroll of the Myriad Devil True Body, Bitter Cultivator from the Dark Abyss, transmitted through karma. Through this conversation, Dongbo Shueing understood that this Bitter Cultivator, who was ranked 15th on the Cosmos Deity Demon list and was known for his immense strength, had also passed the trials of the 3 Devil Palaces and obtained the initial scroll of the Myriad Devil True Body. Junior Disciple Brother Dongbo, congratulations. It isn't easy to pass the trials of the 3 Devil Palaces. I've spent quite a bit of effort in the past. Senior Disciple Brother Monarch Green, transmitted. Dongbo Shueing immediately understood that Senior Disciple Brother Monarch Green had also obtained it in the past. Using the words of that white-robed, white-haired old man, there were very few who passed this cosmos epic. Monarch Residence. Within the underground palace, there was a specially dug deep pond. This pond was filled with a pitch-black liquid. Dongbo Shueing stood by the side. A jade vase appeared in his hand. He poured it out, causing a large amount of silver sand to flow out from the jade vase into this pond. The moment it entered, it completely dissolved. It took the time taken to brew a cup of tea before the silver sand was completely poured out. It was another gourd of black blood, some golden leaves, and some powders that had been ground into powder. All sorts of precious items were thrown in. Just throwing these external items into the pond took an hour. The order could not be messed up. The color of the liquid in the pond was also gradually changing. It's about time. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the pond. Currently, the liquid in the pond had turned crimson. It was even tumbling and emitting a blazing aura. Just these external items added up would cost me an ordinary true god weapon. Fortunately, I've killed the 2 ancestor mother religion protectors. Otherwise, I'd have a headache on how to exchange with others. He could not possibly go empty-handed. I wonder how much my body will evolve after cultivating the initial scroll of the myriad devil true body. Dongbua Shuiying was looking forward to it. Following that, he took a step into the pond. The crimson liquid in the pond reached his chest. His clothes had also disappeared. Dongbua Shuiying's body turned bigger. He sat cross-legged within the pond and began cultivating the initial scroll of the myriad devil true body. Only with the help of external items could he advance 1,000 miles in a day. The 5th chapter. Continue. I'm only left with the final chapter. I'll work harder. My combat power has reached the max. Chapter 684. The boiling dark red liquid was incomparably hot, not inferior to the surface of the sun star. Of course. Dongbua Shuiying completely ignored it. Ka ka ka. Dongbua Shuiying's body let out a series of cracking sounds. The incomparably tough bones in his body started to shatter. Under Dongbua Shuiying's strong willpower that had reached the 2nd level of the cultivation heart like a blade, he forcefully controlled the power within the dark red liquid to enter his body very carefully. His control was incomparably minute as it began to fuse with his bones. Every shattered bone was manipulated to enter the finest parts of his body. The initial scroll of the myriad devil true body mainly focused on changing the blood, changing the bones. All the muscles, bones, and blood in the body would be rejuvenated. There would be a qualitative evolution. After that, the bones, and blood would naturally nourish the organs, muscles, and skin. From the perspective of the ancestral devil, the core of a flesh and blood life form was the bones and blood. Hence, of the 3 basic secret arts, the bone corrosion secret art and the dissolving blood secret art, one would not be able to cultivate these 2 techniques without reaching such an unbelievable level of control. And with a sufficiently high cultivation heart, one would be able to control the external force to fuse with the bones and blood even under the intense pain during cultivation. Hence, these 3 secret arts were indeed very important. After mastering them, it would be relatively easier to cultivate the initial scroll. This is not an ordinary kind of pain. Dongbua Shuiying muttered to himself. However, his current willpower allowed him to maintain his calm and not be disturbed. All the bones in his body were gradually changing. Gradually, a layer of crystalline light appeared on the surface. This layer of light was not emitted by the bones, but by other light rays that shone on the bones. Just changing the bones alone took more than 3,000 years before the bones in his body evolved. The toughness of his bones was even more exaggerated than many top-grade world deity weapons. The tendons on the bones were also filled with toughness. Just one of them could be used to forge a weapon. After changing the bones, it was time to change the blood. Similarly, it took more than 3,000 years. After changing the blood, every drop of blood in his body was like a treasure of the world. Although the blood was red, there was a faint, colorful light flowing around it. After the bones and blood were successfully changed, the rest was relatively easier, letting the bones and blood gradually nourish the muscles, skin, and organs in the body. During the nourishment process, they would gradually evolve. This was also the easiest and most comfortable cultivation. The water level of the dark red liquid in the deep pool gradually decreased. In the end, only a thin layer of dark red liquid was left at the bottom of the deep pool. Dongbua Shuiying, who was sitting cross-legged in the deep pond, had already put on his clothes. The aura of his body was surging violently, causing waves of air to surge in all directions, causing the entire underground palace to tremble slightly. Fortunately, this underground palace was the place where Dongbua Shuiying usually cultivated and was extremely stable. Just the waves of air that were being emitted were enough to kill an ordinary stage 4-world deity. This was the aura of a powerful life form. If he didn't conceal it, his every move would be a natural disaster. Phew! Dongbua Shue Ing slowly let out a breath, and the airflow in the underground palace let out an ear-piercing screech, whistling towards every corner of the underground palace. He exhaled for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, expelling all the remaining impurities in his body. This feeling is really wonderful. Dongbua Shue Ing could feel his current body. His body contained an unimaginable amount of power, regeneration, and even his explosive speed had far surpassed the past. He had a misconception that he could casually pinch a paragon to death. That's right, this was just a misconception that came from the rapid improvement of his body. After all, paragons had opened their own daos, and even if they couldn't defeat their opponents, they still had ways to preserve their lives. Dongbua Shue Ing grabbed onto the walls of the deep pit with both hands, and was about to get up. The walls on both sides were directly crushed by his grip. Dongbua Shue Ing was stunned. This deep pit was used by him for cultivation, and the walls were protected by arrays, making them extremely stable. Yet he casually grabbed it and crushed it? Before he started cultivating the initial scroll of the Myriad Devil True Body, he could only barely achieve such a feat with a full-powered strike. How much stronger has my body become? Dongbua Shue Ing was slightly puzzled. He extended his hand, and a long pole appeared in his hand. It was a high-grade world deity, ranked weapon. He wasn't willing to use a peak-grade weapon to test it out. Let's give it a try. Grabbing onto both ends of the pole, he exerted strength. This world deity weapon that had yet to be refined was bent, and he immediately stopped. After all, he had yet to refine it. If he were to continue bending it, it would break. Breaking it seems very easy. Dongbua Shue Ing rubbed his palms on the pole with all his might. Whoa! The pole trembled. With a paw sound, it broke apart. There was even powder flowing down from where it broke. Dongbua Shue Ing lowered his head and looked at the scene. He lightly nodded. My strength has already reached this stage? He already had a plan in his heart. The luminous sun force is no longer of much help to me. Dongbua Shue Ing understood this point. As for the extreme annihilation mysterious body, his body had already evolved, and the extreme annihilation mysterious body was only left with the armor. My body should be stronger than the ordinary protectors of the ancestor mother religion. Compared to the apex protector Huazhu, I should have about 30% of his strength. Dongbua Shue Ing guessed. With 30% of the other party's strength, with his huge advantage in terms of realm, he would not be at a disadvantage even if he did not use the Tao of Slaughter. If I use both the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter, I should be able to suppress Protector Huazhu. Naturally, when Zhen Yin Dharma was risking his life, his strength and speed had skyrocketed. When Protector Huazhu fought with the ancient demon, Dongbua Shue Ing had seen it before. That power was indeed horrifying. If both parties were to truly risk their lives, Dongbua Shue Ing reckoned that he would be comparable to the other party. But he could exhaust the other party to death, because the Mirage world could chase after the enemy. Currently, I am comparable to an apex paragon. Dongbua Shue Ing lightly clenched his fists. Miniature black holes could be seen flickering in the gaps of his fists. He could feel the strength of his body. Just having a strong body did not mean much. But he also had the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter. One had to know that the same Tao of Slaughter required the same weapon to attack. As his strength rose to a new level, his offensive power would also reach a new level. Dongbua Shue Ing was not arrogant at all. He was very clear of his strengths and weaknesses. The initial scroll of the Myriad Devil True Body allowed him to possess a tyrannical body. In terms of realm, he was still too tender when compared to Monarch Green, Heavenly Emperor of Great Destruction, White Sovereign King, Water Devil King, and others. As long as his realm continued to rise, he would definitely be able to fight against them in the future. In fact, It was not impossible for him to fight against rulers in the future, but this required time. He had cultivated the Tao of Mirage for more than 8 million years, and he was still far from reaching the pinnacle. I'll take it slowly. Dongbua Shueing was not in a hurry. In the Black Fog Sea Monarch residence, he accompanied his wife and practiced his spear techniques. Soon, it was time for him to participate in the Myriad Flower Feast. Not a single person from our Dongbua clan is heading to the Bloodshed God Palace to participate in the final battle, Jing Qiu said. I can definitely go, but it's a pity that I'm a Stage 2 world deity and can't participate, Dongbua Yu said from the side. Those who can become world deities early on will be groomed. The Myriad Flower Feast is a chance given by God Emperor to the countless deities, allowing some of the more talented ones to stand out. Dongbua Qing Yao said, All right, let's go. The two of you follow your mother when you arrive, Dongbua Shueing ordered. Yes. Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qing Yao obediently replied. The two of them had taken the initiative to beg Dongbua Shueing and his wife to bring them along. Who? They directly tore through space-time. Dongbua Shueing and Jing Qiu stood side by side. They brought their children along as they flew through the time-space tunnel towards the Bloodshed God Palace. Chapter 685. As Dongbua Shueing and his wife brought their children through the time-space tunnel to the Bloodshed God Palace, they heard a familiar voice. Snow Eagle, come over to my place first. Jing Qiu, bring Yuer and Qing Yao to the main palace. I'll go and see teacher first. Dongbua Shueing said to his wife. All right. Jing Qiu nodded. By the side, the eyes of Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qing Yao lit up. It was God Emperor, the legendary #1 expert in the deity world, and her father had met him just like that. The two of you must restrain yourselves during this banquet, Dongbua Shueing ordered. There were likely a few rulers attending this banquet, and it would be embarrassing if they were to make a fool out of themselves. Rest assured, Father. Father, you should go and see His Majesty God Emperor first. Dongbua Yu and his brother were both urging him. Only then did Dongbua Shueing take a step and leave. Within the small courtyard of the wooden house in the Bloodshed God Palace, two figures were currently seated and chatting casually. One of them was naturally the crimson-robed Bloodblade, and the other was the white-robed teenager, Peng. The courtyard door was opened, and Dongbua Shueing walked in. Seeing the two present, he respectfully bowed. Greetings, teacher, ruler Peng Yi. God Emperor, this disciple of yours is truly extraordinary. His cultivation speed has increased by leaps and bounds. Not only did he open the Tao of Mirage in 1,000,000 years, he even obtained the Myriad Devil True Body. Counting the rulers and paragons, the number of people who have obtained the first volume of the Myriad Devil True Body in this Cosmos epic can be counted with one's fingers. If Primal Master were to edit the Cosmos Deity Demon list, your disciple's ranking would most likely move up by quite a bit. Peng Yi's eyes were warm as he smiled. Bloodblade was naturally satisfied with his disciple. He laughed. It's also luck. Peng Yi, didn't you not meet the 3 devil palaces? Peng Yi immediately said, being able to pass is also a sign of strength. Only a small portion of the supremacies have not encountered the 3 demon royal halls. Most of them have encountered them, but how many have passed? For example, the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master in Peng Yi had never encountered the 3 demon palaces. Let's not talk about this. Didn't you prepare a treasure for your disciple? Peng Yi urged. Dongbua Shueing, who had been listening obediently at the side, suddenly had a thought. Bloodblade said, Snow Eagle, you have killed 2 protectors from the ancestor mother religion. More importantly, you have obtained a star map from them. It will be of great help to our cultivator cosmos. I've discussed this with the other hegemons. Since you've rendered such a great service, we naturally can't mistreat you. Dongbua Shueing's heartbeat quickened. The hegemons had discussed this. It seemed that the hegemons had paid quite a price. The other hegemons have paid quite a lot of refinement materials. I've personally refined this cosmos stone heart. The bloodshed god emperor flipped his hand, and a dark silver, droplet-like substance appeared in his palm. This dark silver liquid had countless patterns revolving on it. The area around the wooden house began to distort, and primal chaos began to appear in the surroundings. The surroundings were in a state of primal chaos. Only the small courtyard of the wooden house remained. What shocked Dongbua Shui-ing was, "Where's the karma?" Dongbua Shui-ing discovered that he could not sense the karma between him and his teacher, the karma between him and his true body in the Crimson Rock Mountain world, the karma between him and his wife and children. He could not sense any karma at all. He could barely sense the existence of his true body through the soul link. Other than that, he could not sense anything outside of the primal chaos. Cosmos Stone Heart. Bloodblade said, the moment it is activated, it can form a miniature cosmos. Its area should be the size of this small courtyard of mine. Miniature cosmos? Dongbua Shui-ing was dumbstruck. Perhaps it isn't even qualified to be called a cosmos. Bloodblade sighed. However, once it is activated, this miniature cosmos will be formed, and you will be completely isolated from the outside world. Even karma will not be able to affect you, and the operational laws of the cosmos will not be able to sense you. The operational laws of the cosmos will not be able to sense me. Dongbua Shui-ing was puzzled. Is there any use? There is. Bloodblade said, I have an avatar technique that allows me to cultivate 2 avatars. Including my true body, I will have 3 bodies. Dongbua Shui-ing immediately felt excited and expectant. Cultivate an additional avatar? That would be too useful. However, the operational laws of the cosmos do not allow for 3 bodies. Bloodblade said, even if you obtain the avatar technique, you will not be able to cultivate it. Therefore, you will need to activate the Cosmos Stone Heart and cultivate within the miniature cosmos. By the time you succeed, you will already have 3 bodies, and you will have broken through the limitations of the operational laws of the cosmos. The operational laws of the cosmos will not directly harm any of us cultivators. As long as you succeed, it will not be able to do anything to you. A look of joy appeared on Dongbua Shui-ing's face. Only Monarch Green and I have grasped this avatar technique. I wasn't in a rush to give it to you. After all, it has very high requirements for one's cultivation realm. However, firstly, you have made a huge contribution. Secondly, you have already opened up your Tao at the 4th heavenly layer. With an additional avatar, your cultivation speed will be faster, and you'll have a higher chance of becoming a ruler and transcending. Bloodblade said, Thank you, Master. Dongbua Shui-ing said gratefully. An additional avatar would be of great help. Take it. Bloodblade threw the Cosmos Stone Heart to Dongbua Shui-ing. You have to keep this Cosmos Stone Heart well. If you lose it, it will not be easy to refine another one. If it wasn't for those old fellows taking out some materials, your master alone would not have been able to gather them. From the effects of the Cosmos Stone Heart, Dongbua Shui-ing understood that the price to refine such a treasure would be extremely high. This is an avatar technique. Bloodblade pointed lightly. Swish! A beam of light directly entered Dongbua Shui-ing's forehead. It contained a huge amount of information. It was an extremely profound avatar technique. Comprehend it well. There's no need to be anxious. Your current cultivation realm is still too low for this avatar technique. Bloodblade said. Also, don't activate the Cosmos Stone Heart normally. Activating it consumes a huge amount of energy. You will know once you try it yourself. Understood? Dongbua Shui-ing did not care. He knew that the value of this reward from his master was not inferior to the initial scroll of the Myriad Devil True Body. This was because the initial scroll's help was limited. Once he became a ruler, without the subsequent parts of the Myriad Devil True Body, it would be of very little help to him. However, an additional avatar would be of continuous help to him. Go to the myriad flower feast first. Blood Blade instructed. The other rulers and I will be there in a while. Then this disciple will take his leave first. Dongbua Shueing immediately left. In this myriad flower feast, naturally, those with higher statuses would appear last. Walking in the mirage world, Shueing easily arrived at the main palace of the bloodshed god palace. The main palace was towering, and its highest point was shrouded in clouds. This was where the myriad flower feast would be held. Dongbua Shueing looked down at the highest point of the main palace. The outermost perimeter was already filled with 1,900 deity brats. These deity juniors were all sitting in their respective positions in an orderly manner. In front of them was a long table with some good wine and food. At this moment, the powerful existences were all arcing through the sky and rushing over. I was also one of the 1,900 deities in the previous myriad flower feast. Shueing chuckled. He then dived down, directly flying towards where his wife Jingqiu and the other powerful existences were gathered. Chapter 686. The highest point of the main palace was shrouded in clouds. The powerful existences and stage 4 world deities were gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting casually. Many tables were laid out, and precious delicacies were being served by female attendants. All the seats had already been arranged. At the highest point, there were a total of 4 seats. Clearly, there would be 4 rulers participating in the myriad flower feast this time, and below the ruler's seat, there were 3 more seats. Beyond that, there was a more obvious distance between them and the other locations. Look, below the rulers, there are 3 seats. In the past, there were the 3 ancestors, but now Pang Yi has become a ruler, and there are only 2 of the 3 ancestors left, yet there are still 3 seats. Could it be that the legend is true? Could Dongbua Shueing become one of the 3 ancestors? The 3 powerful existences gathered together were discussing amongst themselves. At the same time, they were looking at some of the seats. That might not be the case. It could also be another paragon participating in the myriad flower feast. In the past, mysterious North Imperial Empress and Monarch Hex Cricket have also participated. It is rare for non-bloodshed God Palace paragons to participate in the myriad flower feast. In my opinion, it is possible that Dongbua Shueing will be sitting there. He is too young. Is his combat power sufficient? I've heard that he is ranked 33rd on the Cosmos Deity Demon list, and is also very formidable. But compared to the past Pang Yi, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master and Monarch Destruction, he is much weaker. Furthermore, he is still young, and is only a stage for world deity. It was not just the 3 of them who were discussing. Currently, there were many powerful existences and stage for world deities within the main palace who were paying attention to the seats. They were secretly discussing amongst themselves. After all, they were not willing to offend Dongbua Shueing. The powerful existences were slightly dissatisfied. There were some stage 4 world deities who felt that the possibility of Dongbua Shueing sitting there was lower. His Majesty God Emperor is extremely fair. Without sufficient combat power, it is impossible for him to let Monarch Dongbua take that seat. In my opinion, there must be some other existence that came to participate in the myriad flower feast. That's right. No matter how many rulers participate in the myriad flower feast, with so many powerful existences present, if they were to allow Dongbua Shueing to sit on the same level as the Overlord of Destruction and Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, that would be a public acknowledgement. Even the stage for world deities found it hard to believe. There was a huge difference between rumors and public acknowledgement. No matter how the rumors spread in the past, Dongbua Shueing never responded to them. Thus the matter passed. However, by doing so publicly during the myriad flower feast, God Emperor believed that Dongbua Shueing was qualified to be one of the 3 great ancestors. God Emperor still had a high degree of credibility. After all, he was the undisputed #1 expert in the divine world. The powerful existences also knew that on the Cosmos Deity Demon list, Bloodblade was ranked #1. He suppressed the Abyss primogenitor from the Dark Abyss. Look, Jing Qiu is here. Imperial Emperor Dong Bo's wife. Behind her should be her and the Imperial Emperor's children. They discussed in secret. But when Jing Qiu arrived with her children, all of them were very courteous towards her. After all, no matter what, Dongbua Xueying was much stronger than them. Could it be that His Majesty God Emperor is really going to let Snow Eagle take that position today? Qihua Laozu, who was also participating in the Myriad Flower Feast, watched silently. Isn't it too hasty? Wait until Snow Eagle is stronger and has a battle record that everyone is convinced of before letting Snow Eagle take the position of 3 great ancestors. Wouldn't that be better? Perhaps I'm thinking wrongly. It must be another paragon who is participating in the Myriad Flower Feast. Who? When Dongbua Xueying descended, he saw that there were quite a few powerful existences and stage for world deities by his wife Jing Qiu's side. They were clearly very enthusiastic. As for Dongbua Qingyao and Dongbua Yu, the 2 siblings, they were looking left and right. Some of the powerful existences that were recorded in the intelligence reports were finally able to see them with their own eyes. Both of them were quite excited. Snow Eagle. Jing Qiu's eyes lit up and she immediately said, Monarch Dongbua. The powerful existences and world deities all greeted him politely. Dongbua Xueying smiled and replied with a few simple words. Junior apprentice brother. A voice came from the side. It was a white-robed, bald teenager who walked over. Senior apprentice brother Huiming. Dongbua Xueying revealed a look of joy and immediately walked over. In the past, senior apprentice brother Huiming had an aura that seemed to see through everything and transcend everything. Now, however, he was slightly more reserved, but that feeling was even more intense. Even someone like Dongbua Xueying, who cultivated his heart, felt a sense of closeness towards senior apprentice brother Huiming. Given his cultivation heart, he could completely determine that this was a formless attraction that senior apprentice brother Huiming naturally produced. The feeling that senior apprentice brother is giving me is becoming more and more like ruler Peng. Dongbua Xueying said, You're praising me too much. I'm just an ant on the ground, while Master is like a divine dragon in the skies. There's no way we can compare at all. Senior apprentice brother Huiming said, The more I cultivate, the more I feel that Master is unfathomable. Dongbua Xueying laughed. Snow Eagle Huiming. Qihua Laozu walked over. Old ancestor. Dongbua Xueying and Huiming were both very polite. The 2 of them were extremely close to Qihua Laozu. Qihua Laozu laughed. It's been 8 million years since we last met. Snow Eagle, I'm afraid that your strength has become even more unfathomable. At my current level, it's getting harder and harder to improve. Dongbua Xueying replied humbly. Forefather Scarlet Flame immediately transmitted his voice. You too see, right? The arrangement of the seats in the main hall. Other than the 4 highest rulers' seats, there are 3 other seats. In the past, they were all occupied by the 3 ancestors. This time, only the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, the Overlord of Destruction, and you, Snow Eagle, have yet to see any paragons. I'm afraid that you're really going to take that seat. I'm going to take that seat? Dongbua Xueying frowned. In the past, it was just a rumor. But now, His Majesty the God Emperor has publicly acknowledged your position. Senior apprentice brother Huiming transmitted as well. Just as the 3 of them were discussing, from afar, 2 figures walked over. Dongbua. A deep voice rang out. Ha ha ha, you're late. Dongbua Xueying turned his head, only to see a luxurious-looking black-robed elder and a violet-robed man walking over. They were the Overlord of Destruction and the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. Overlord, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. Dongbua Xueying hurriedly went forward to greet them. This scene attracted the attention of many powerful existences and stage for world deities within the main hall. That was because the Overlord of Destruction and the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master were two of the three ancestors, and Dongbua Shueing was currently in the limelight. I came early this time, just to see you. The Overlord of Destruction grinned. But you came so late. I just went to see Master. Dongbua Shueing replied. The God Emperor views you with great importance. The Overlord of Destruction sighed. It's no wonder. Brat, you managed to reach the Paragon level in a short 1,000,000 years. Now that 8,000,000 years have passed, from what I know, your power should have increased greatly, right? Dongbua Shueing was startled. He had obtained the initial scroll of the myriad devil true body, and there was very little information that could be deduced from the materials he had gathered. But with the connections of the Overlord of Destruction, it wasn't strange for him to know about this. But to speak of this matter publicly, one must know that they were speaking openly and didn't use voice transmissions. The powerful existences and world deities who were originally paying attention to this pricked up their ears. 1,000,000 years to reach the Paragon level? 8,000,000 years had passed, and his power had increased greatly? I'm afraid that in terms of power he is above me. The Overlord of Destruction sighed. The surrounding powerful existences and world deities were all listening. The two disciples of the God Emperor, you and Monarch Green, grew too quickly. I watched as the two of you improved by leaps and bounds, leaving an old man like me behind. The powerful existences and world deities who heard this were all astonished, because the stronger one was, the harder it was to admit that he was inferior to the other party. The Overlord of Destruction said these words publicly, admitting that his power was inferior to Dongbua Shueing. With his status, he wouldn't lie. Is Dongbua Shueing really that powerful? That's right. There are rumors of him becoming one of the three ancestors after cultivating for 1,000,000 years. Now that 8,000,000 years have passed, he might have become even stronger. What kind of status does the Overlord of Destruction have? He definitely has his reasons for saying these words. The powerful existences were clear. 8,000,000 years ago, Dongbua Shueing was already ranked 33rd on the universe deity demon list. With his cultivation speed, it was indeed possible for him to make another breakthrough. What the Overlord of Destruction said should be true. The world deities felt that with the status of the three ancestors and the teacher of the God Emperor, the Overlord of Destruction's words were worthy of being believed. For a moment, the Overlord of Destruction used his status and reputation to say these words, causing the criticism in the dark to lessen. Overpraising me, Overlord. Dongbua Shueing was a little stunned. The Overlord of Destruction was praising him so much? He would rather use him as a stepping stone to support Dongbua Shueing? Ha! The Overlord of Destruction chuckled. He had lived for far too long. Coupled with his status as a disciple, he knew many secrets. Therefore, he knew that if he wanted to have a better life in the future, he would naturally have to hug onto a thigh. His disciple, Bloodblade, was a thick thigh. Monarch Green was also a thick thigh. And this Dongbua Shueing already had such strength despite cultivating for such a short period of time. In the future, there was a high chance that he could match up to Monarch Green, or even become a ruler. Naturally, he had to build a good relationship with him. If he tried to rope in others, the results would not be good. But hugging onto the thighs of Dongbua Shueing and Monarch Green would have a good effect. After all, he was the teacher of Bloodblade. Face, what is face worth? The Overlord of Destruction thought, when this cosmos epic ends, those fools will have a miserable life, but I will still be free and unfettered. Even though Dongbua Shueing was in a daze. But with the Overlord of Destruction's praises, Dongbua Shueing still had a good impression of him. After a long time, hoo, 4 figures descended. They were none other than Bloodblade, Purgatory Ruler, Ruler Nile, and Ruler Pangyi. The 4 rulers were seated high above. At that moment, the entire main hall quietened down. Bloodblade looked down and said calmly, "Everyone, take your seats. Monarch Dongbua, please." Those maids immediately led the guests to their seats. Naturally, there were also maids who came to guide Dongbua Shuang. Amen? Dongbua Shuang discovered that his seat was indeed one of the 3 seats closest to the rulers. He, the overlord of destruction, and the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master were led by their maids towards the 3 seats. At this time, the stage for world deities and powerful existences noticed this scene. Hua, hua, hua! Everyone present sat down. As for Dongbua Shuang, the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, and the overlord of destruction, they all sat down at the seats closest to the rulers. At this moment, everyone understood that Bloodblade had publicly pushed Dongbua Shuang to the position of the 3rd ancestor. The 3rd ancestor? Sitting on this seat, noticing the gazes of many world deities and powerful existences, the smile on Jingqiu's face, as well as the excitement on his children's faces, Dongbua Shuang could not help but smile. "Since I've sat, I shall sit." This seat, it was slightly lower than the rulers, but higher than the powerful existences. With a single glance, he could see the many powerful existences and stage for world deities. He could also see the 1,900 deity brats at the outermost area. Back then, I dreamed of becoming a disciple of the 3rd ancestor. Now I've become one of them. Dongbua Shuang smiled. He felt that fate was toying with him. Everything was so interesting. Chapter 687. The myriad flower feasts, bloodshed, god palace battles soon began. The consciousness of the 1,900 deity experts was teleported into a vast territory of the bloodshed god palace, allowing them to begin their final battle. In the sky above that vast battlefield, there was an enormous blood-colored list. After the blood-colored list appeared, many names appeared. This was also a temporary ranking. These young deity experts were all thinking of ways to become the top 100 of the 1,900. As long as they could enter the top 100, they would definitely become a disciple of a powerful existence. Thus, they would either act alone or in groups. They all had their own choices. Main Palace. The banquet was still ongoing. The stage 4 world deities and powerful existences were chatting, eating, and drinking. Dongbua Shuang was also chatting with Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master and Monarch Destruction. As for Bloodblade, he was chatting with the other 3 rulers. Those at the same level of combat power would usually have similar topics. These rulers were chatting with each other, yet their voices were not transmitted outside. Clearly, nobody could hear what they were talking about, even if they wanted to. Dongbua Shuang and the other 2 were similarly isolating themselves from the surrounding detection. "Dongbua, come. Let the 2 of us have a drink," Monarch Destruction passionately said. "Monarch." Dongbua Shuang immediately raised his cup. The 2 of them toasted each other before drinking the fruit wine within. This was a fine wine prepared by God Emperor. Even though it was not too precious, it was still rare. You've cultivated for 10 million years, yet you managed to obtain the initial scroll of the myriad devil true body. Truly admirable. Monarch Destruction sighed. It said that in order to succeed, one has to reach the heart like a blade, level just by cultivating the heart realm. I'm ashamed to say that I'm considered one of the older generation amongst powerful existences, yet I've yet to reach such a level. He's young and has less experience. It's actually easier for him to condense his heart. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master said from the side. Dongbua Shuang listened and pondered over it. It was indeed logical. The younger an expert was, the more likely they would be able to advance triumphantly. They would be able to cultivate with an unstoppable momentum. But the moment they sank, it would be difficult for them to regain their triumphant cultivation speed, because the longer one cultivated, the more experiences one would have, and the more apprehensions one would have, the more considerations one would have to consider. I was once young, but I'm no different. The overlord of destruction laughed. No. The Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master didn't say much. He looked at Dongbua Shueing and said, "Snow Eagle, you and I do deserve a drink. Indeed, we should have a toast." Dongbua Shueing raised his cup. He and the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master were the only two in this cosmos epoch to open their Tao as stage for world deities. After finishing the wine, Bamboo Mountain Manor Master poured wine for himself and said, "The difference between opening realm and ruler realm is huge. I have been in opening realm for a long time and have long cultivated to the extreme bottleneck, but I have never been able to step into ruler realm. You and I are different. You cultivated for 1,000,000 years before opening your Tao, which is much faster than my cultivation speed. I hope that you will continue to advance by leaps and bounds, soar to the heavens, and even surpass me to become a sovereign. If you become a ruler, you will give me hope of breaking through." The Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master shook his head. "I've been stuck here for far too long. I'm starting to doubt myself." Dongbua Shueing could feel the depression in the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master's heart. Anyone who was stuck at a bottleneck would gradually doubt themselves. The other paragons had already transcended, so the pressure wasn't that great. The Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master's pressure was much greater. If he didn't transcend, he would definitely die the moment the cosmos epoch ended. Dongbua Shueing had only cultivated for a short period of time, so he was still filled with confidence. After all, the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master had cultivated for more than 500 billion years. Compared to the entire cosmos epoch, this was a very long time. Bamboo Mountain, you have also reached the extreme bottleneck and are only a small step away from success. This small step might allow you to break through at any time. Dongbua Shueing said, "That's right. For someone like me who has cultivated for longer than you, but whose realm is lower than yours, wouldn't I die of frustration?" The Monarch of Destruction added. The Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master laughed. The three of them chatted casually. There were even some things that Dongbua Shueing didn't understand, so he asked the two of them. After all, in terms of experience, the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master and the Monarch of Destruction were much more knowledgeable than Dongbua Shueing. However, they also had a large amount of information from their master. They understood many secrets of the cosmos, so they were able to chat. If it were ordinary powerful existences and paragons, they wouldn't be able to chat at all. There were many things that ordinary powerful existences hadn't even heard of. Time passed. The young deity experts were fighting with their lives on the line. As their consciousnesses returned to their bodies, the number of deities on the battlefield continued to decrease. Currently, there were less than 30 of them. Clearly, the Bloodshed God Palace battle was about to end. Some of the powerful existences had even started to accept disciples. Go. Some powerful existences directly passed their tokens to the guards beside them. The world deity guards respectfully received the tokens and walked towards the outermost area. The large group of deities who had regained their consciousness all raised their heads in anticipation. They watched helplessly as the token landed in the hands of a young, yellow-robed girl. All of them were filled with envy and unwillingness. They continued to look towards the center of the main hall, waiting for a new token to appear. Snow Eagle, of the 4 rulers seated high above, Bloodblade said, "In this myriad flower feast, the 3 of you have not accepted any disciples. It's fine for my teacher and Bamboo Mountain, since they have accepted quite a few in the past. Snow Eagle, this is your first time sitting here. I won't force you in the future, but since it's your first time coming here, you should at least accept 3 disciples." Dongbua Shueing was speechless. He wanted to say, "This is not my first time here. The previous time I participated in the Bloodshed God Palace battle, I was seated at the outermost area. This was the second time." Naturally, he only muttered in his heart. He obediently said, "All right, teacher, I'll accept disciples. This brat seems to be unwilling." Bloodblade laughed. Ruler Nile also laughed from the side. "Dongbua Shueing, your cultivation is frightening. You've cultivated for just 1,000,000 years, and you've killed 2 protectors of the ancestor mother religion. You've even contributed greatly. Naturally, you have to properly teach your disciples. Let's not talk about the disciples you teach catching up to you. Even if they have a tiny bit of your strength, they will still be helping our cultivator cosmos. I want to see what Dongbua Shuiying's foresight is like. Pang Yi chuckled. Those powerful existences and stage for world deities could see the conversation between the rulers and the 3 ancestors. It's a pity that they could not hear it. Snow Eagle, rest assured, we won't snatch them from you. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master said, I won't snatch them either. Monarch Destruction said. Dongbua Shuiying could only twitch his lips. He then began carefully reading through the information sent over by the Bloodshed Tavern. It was a detailed report on the 1,900 deity experts this time. Every powerful existence would receive such a detailed report. This way, it would be easier for them to accept disciples. Fortunately, even though they were chatting during the banquet, they would occasionally pay attention to the happenings in the battlefield. With Dongbua Shuiying's strength, a single glance was all it took for him to see the 1,900 deities clearly. At least 3? Dongbua Shuiying muttered inwardly. All right, I'll choose 3 then. The ordinary, powerful existences under the Bloodshed God Palace had to accept disciples every single time. This was also their responsibility. But reaching the status of the 3 ancestors, they would not force it. But this time, since his teacher, Bloodblade, had personally asked, Dongbua Shuiying would naturally not reject it. 3? Which 3? Dongbua Shuiying combined the information he had read and the occasional spectator. With his quick thinking speed, it only took a few breaths of time for him to decide. I'll choose the 3 of them. Dongbua Shuiying made his decision. Chapter 688. With just a thought, Dongbua Shuiying easily refined 3 black command tokens from his Eden treasure. With a flip of his hand, 3 tokens appeared, which he handed to a world deity guard behind him. That world deity guard immediately went forward to receive them respectfully. Jia Qing Jiayin and Mo Chongyin. Dongbua Shuiying transmitted an order. Yes. The world deity guard immediately understood. He took the 3 command tokens and left. You finished choosing so quickly, and 3 at once. Monarch Destruction laughed in surprise. Snow Eagle, when choosing disciples, you have to teach them well. You can't be too willful. Bloodblade said. Dongbua Shuiying hurriedly said, Master, rest assured. Since they have chosen, as long as they acknowledge me as their master, I will naturally teach them. However, Master, I have already given away these 3 command tokens. If they don't choose me, I won't accept any more disciples, right? Ha ha ha, rest assured. I won't blame you, nor will I force you to accept any more disciples. Bloodblade laughed loudly. Let's see who those 3 are. Ruler Nile smiled as he looked at the world deity guard walking towards the outermost perimeter. It wasn't just the rulers, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, and Monarch Destruction who were paying attention. Even the large group of powerful existences and stage for world deities were paying attention. After all, in this myriad flower feast, the one with the highest status was Dongbua Shuiying. The other 2 ancestors did not accept any disciples, much less the God Emperor himself. After all, at the level of the God Emperor, the chances of him accepting disciples were extremely low. Previously, he had accepted Dongbua Shuiying as a disciple for 2 reasons. Firstly, he was indeed dazzling, causing many powerful existences to fight over him. Secondly, Dongbua Shuiying's past experiences had touched the heart of the God Emperor, which was why he decided to accept him as a disciple. As for the God Emperor accepting disciples, it was rare to see one in every myriad flower feast, so it was very normal that he did not accept any disciples this time. The 1,900 deities in the outermost perimeter of the myriad flower feast were all waiting in anticipation. Even those who had already obtained a command token were looking forward to getting another one. After all, having one more choice meant that he might be able to choose a better and more suitable master. Some almighty existences took in disciples as inner disciples, while others took them in as personal disciples. There was a huge difference. He's here, yet another world deity guard. More tokens are coming. It's coming towards us. The god rank experts were all waiting anxiously. This world deity guard continued walking past the young deity experts. When these deity experts saw the world deity guard approaching them, they became incomparably nervous. But when they saw the world deity guard walking past them, their hearts became empty. Both of you. The world deity guard walked to a corner and stopped. He took out a black token with each of his hands and handed it to the two youths next to each other. It's the Jia brothers. That guy called Jia Cheng, this is his second token. We don't even have one, but he already has two. What a waste. Sigh. Those two brothers are both in the top 100. They can become disciples of powerful existences, even without a token. How good would it be if they gave me the token? The many deity experts were whispering to each other. The majority of them were not ranked in the top 100, so they could only hope for a miracle to happen. If a token appeared in front of them, they would be able to become disciples of powerful existences. The world deity guard glanced at the two brothers and smiled. He then turned around and continued walking in another direction. Your luck this time is really not bad. Not only are you ranked 99th, you almost left the top 100. Even now, you can still receive a token. The golden-robed youth, Jia Cheng, sat there, looking rather tyrannical. His eyes were filled with a layer of cold light. He was ranked 27th in this Myriad Flower Feast's bloodshed God Palace battle. More importantly, he had only cultivated for 8,000 years. In such a short period of time, his ranking was much higher than 7th Mei Yu's. Although he could not compare to Dongbu Shuang, he was still very dazzling. My luck this time is really good. The white-robed youth Jia Yin laughed. He too had cultivated for 8,000 years and was ranked 99th in this bloodshed God Palace battle. The two of them came from an ordinary superpower clan, and the patriarch of the clan was a stage 2 world deity. Jia Cheng was a direct descendant of the clan. His talent was extremely high since he was young, and he received the best nurturing. Naturally, he was overbearing and powerful. Jia Yin, on the other hand, was a branch of the clan and was discriminated against. Even after his talent was discovered, the resources he received were far inferior to Jia Cheng's. Even so, the two were very close in combat power. Amen. The golden-robed youth, Jia Cheng, began checking his token. There was a message within. I am Dongbu Shuang. Are you willing to become my inner disciple? The golden-robed youth, Jia Cheng, frowned slightly. He naturally knew of the legendary monarch Dongbu. Since he had participated in the bloodshed God Palace battle, he naturally understood the group of powerful existences in the bloodshed God Palace. Monarch Dongbu is said to be very powerful. Although he is a stage 4 world deity, his combat power is close to that of the 3 ancestors. There are even rumors that he is the new ancestor. Before this myriad flower feast, those who said that Dongbu Shuang was the new ancestor were indeed just rumors. Rumors are ultimately just rumors, but his combat power is indeed formidable. The golden-robed youth, Jia Cheng, thought there are some heaven-defying stage for world deities who can indeed kill powerful existences. Dongbu Shuang is one of them. Regardless, he is still a stage 4 world deity. If he does not transcend, he might fall within 10 billion years. Jia Cheng thought, more importantly, he only accepted me as an inner disciple. Forefather Fierce Tyrant is willing to accept me as a personal disciple, yet he only accepted me as an inner disciple? Jia Cheng shook his head inwardly. Forefather Fierce Tyrant has a close relationship with Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. He is also the brother of the legendary Fierce Five of the deity world along with Peng Yi. The only problem is that Forefather Fierce Tyrant doesn't seem to be good at teaching disciples. He was not too satisfied with Forefather Fierce Tyrant. He felt that he had cultivated for 8,000 years and was ranked 27th, so he should have a better choice. He was not satisfied with Dongbua Shuiying, feeling that he had not transcended and had only accepted him as an inner disciple. He was also slightly dissatisfied with Forefather Fierce Tyrant, feeling that he was not good at teaching disciples. By the side, the white-robed youth, Jiayin, was pleasantly surprised. Monarch Dongbua. This was the only command token he had received. If not for the command token, he would have been directly assigned to some powerful existence, despite being ranked 99th. That way, he would not have been valued too much. But Dongbua Shuiying had taken the initiative to give him the command token, which meant that he was valued. Monarch Dongbua has only cultivated for 10 million years, but his strength is already close to that of the three ancestors. Although he has yet to transcend, he is powerful enough to teach me. Jia Yin was very happy. Both of them came from Stage 2 world deity clans, so their information was limited. They did not know that Dongbua Shuiying had already taken the position of the three ancestors during this myriad flower feast. There's a third command token. Jia, Cheng, and Jia Yin noticed that the world deity guard who had given them the command token was now walking towards a deity expert who looked like a child. That black-robed child was sitting cross-legged there with an extraordinary demeanor. He was a genius participating in this myriad flower feast. He had cultivated for 32,000 years and grasped the grade 1 deity heart, the chaotic deity heart. He was ranked third in this God Palace battle, even though there were a total of 9 people who grasped a grade 1 deity heart. He was the youngest in terms of cultivation time. Thus, he had received invitations from many powerful existences. He had a total of 4 command tokens in his hands. Mo Chongyin. The world deity guard took out the command token. The black-clothed, cold-looking child took the token and sensed it for a moment. Monarch Dongbua. The black-robed, cold child's eyes brightened. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. It's Monarch Dongbua who accepted you as a disciple. He immediately transmitted. Forefather, it's Monarch Dongbua. The black-robed, cold child felt a surge of joy in his heart. His background was much stronger than that of the Jiashur brothers. He was a disciple of the clan founded by the powerful existence Shadow Devil Island Master. Shadow Devil Island Master was ranked 85th on the Cosmos Deity Demon list. Even though he did not belong to the Bloodshed God Palace, he had come to participate in this myriad flower feast. This is your opportunity. Monarch Dongbua has opened his Tao in just 1,000,000 years, and his chances of becoming a ruler are huge. His teacher is also the Blood Blade, so you have to grab hold of this opportunity. Shadow Devil Island Master transmitted. Yinner understands. The black-robed, cold child was excited. I've never heard of any formidable disciple under Monarch Dongbua. He is also so young, so he'll definitely groom you well. Shadow Devil Island Master was similarly happy. Soon, those who should have been given the command token had been given out. Finally, a world deity guard walked out and announced those who received the command token, choose one to refine. Whoever you refine will become your teacher. At that moment, all of them began refining the command token. Jia Cheng, who had already received 3 command tokens, finally made his choice. Fortunately, Left Palace Master is much more adept at teaching disciples than Forefather Fierce Tyrant, and accepted me as his personal disciple. That Monarch Dongbua is a stage 4 world deity, and it is unknown whether he transcends or not. So he accepted me as an inner disciple? Jia Cheng did not hesitate to choose the command token of Left Palace Master to refine. By the side, Jia Yin obediently refined the command token given by Dongbua Shuiying, since he only had this one. Monarch Dongbua, the black-robed cold child, Mo Chongyin, did not hesitate to refine the command token given by Dongbua Shuiying. Those who are ranked in the top 100, follow me. The World Deity Guard ordered. Following, the World Deity Guards began arranging these deity experts. Those who accepted the same teacher would be the same batch. The 4 of you are disciples of Forefather Fierce Tyrant. The 3 of you are disciples of Monarch Qianju. One by one they began arranging. In a while, they would have to take him as their teacher. The 2 of you are disciples of Monarch Dongbua. Finally, the arrangement came to the black-robed cold child, Mo Chongyin and Jia Yin. Jia Yin looked at the black-robed cold child with shock. Naturally, he knew of this genius. He was ranked 3rd and also grasped a grade 1 deity heart. He could be said to be the most dazzling person in this myriad flower feast. Jia Yin thought to himself he should be a personal disciple. The black-robed cold child, Mo Chongyin, looked at Jia Yin and smiled. You are called Jia Yin, right? In the future, we will be fellow apprentice brothers. Greetings, senior apprentice brother, Jia Yin hurriedly said. Mo Chongyin smiled and looked suspiciously at the nearby Jia Cheng. You didn't choose Monarch Dongbua? The black-robed cold child, Mo Chongyin, looked over and asked. When the golden-robed Jia Cheng heard the voice, he turned and looked at the black-robed cold child. Although he was tyrannical, facing the most dazzling person in this myriad flower feast, Mo Chongyin, he still hurriedly said, No, I chose the left palace master. You actually didn't choose Monarch Dongbua. The opportunity was right in front of you, but you... The black-robed cold child looked at the other party with shock. He then sneered, You will regret this in the future. The new chapter of the Black Gourd had officially begun. Chapter 689. I will regret it. The golden-robed Jia Cheng frowned as he heard that. He had a bad feeling in his heart. He might have done something wrong, but the confidence he had cultivated since he was young prevented him from admitting defeat so easily. Very soon, they entered the inner region of the myriad flower feast in batches and began their apprenticeship. Disciples pay their respects to master. 3 god-tier experts kowtowed respectfully to a powerful being who was seated there. Stand up. The powerful existence casually said. Being a member of the Bloodshed God Palace, he had to accept disciples during every myriad flower feast. Most of the time, he would casually accept some inner disciples. It was too difficult to find a disciple he was truly satisfied with. The golden-robed Jia Cheng and his 3 companions knelt down, respectfully greeting. Disciple greets teacher. The left palace lord, who was sitting there, nodded. His gaze landed on Jia Cheng, and he gave a rare smile. Get up. This brat, called Jia Cheng, has such combat power in just 8,000 years. His talent is high, and his temperament is quite similar to mine. Left Palace Master was fond of this disciple. Thus, despite knowing that Dongbua Shuiying had sent out a command talisman, he still sent it out. In terms of combat power, I am not as strong as Dongbua Shuiying. But in terms of teaching disciples, even though he is a paragon, he is still young. Left Palace Master glanced at Dongbua Shuiying, who was seated at the seat of the 3 ancestors. During the previous Myriad Flower Feast, he was a guest of the Myriad Flower Feast, a high and mighty existence. That time, Dongbua Shuiying was still very young, and had to kowtow to become a disciple of God Emperor. But in the blink of an eye, just a single myriad flower feast had passed, and Dongbua Shuiying was already seated at the seat of the 3 ancestors. Even the overlord of destruction was praising him. In the future, the gap between them would only grow bigger. Left Palace Master knew that he could not compete with Shuiying in terms of combat power, but he was not willing to lose in teaching disciples. The last batch to enter was the slightly nervous, white-robed Jia Yin and the black-robed callous child, Mo Chongyin. The two walked side by side, passing by many powerful existences. They walked to the front, stopping in front of the three ancestors before respectfully kneeling down. Disciple greets teacher. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the two young fellows. One had cultivated for 8,000 years, while the other had only cultivated for 32,000 years. He was indeed too young. Get up. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. Yes. Jia Yun and Mo Chongyin both stood up. The childlike Mo Chongyin was filled with excitement while Jia Yun was confused. He could vaguely deduce his teacher's position from the ranks of the Almighty's present. Aren't the two beside the legendary three ancestors, Overlord of Destruction and Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master? My teacher is on par with them. This, when the golden-robed Jia Cheng, who was a disciple of the Left Palace Lord, saw this scene from afar, his heart trembled. Something was wrong. Although Celestial Emperor Dong Bo was powerful, he was so young. Was it really, as the rumors said, that he had become the new third patriarch? After the 10,000 flower feast ended, Dongbua Shui-ing brought his wife, children, and two new disciples and prepared to leave. As they were leaving, Shadow Devil Island Master took the initiative to get close to him. Monarch, monarch! Shadow Devil Island Master. In the sky above the Bloodshed God Palace, Dongbua Shui-ing turned to look at Shadow Devil Island Master, who was chasing after him. Ha ha ha! It is Mo Chongyun's fortune that this brat could become a disciple of Monarch. In the future, if Monarch wants me to do anything, just tell me. Shadow Devil Island Master was extremely passionate. Behind Dongbua Shui-ing were his two disciples. Mo Chongyin was still fine, but Jia Yun was muttering inwardly. Shadow Devil Island Master is also a powerful existence, yet he is currying favor with teacher? Jia Yun did not understand how influential Dongbua Shui-ing was. Aren't all powerful existences arrogant and care a lot about their reputation? Shadow Devil Island Master is too polite. Dongbua Shui-ing chuckled. Mo Chongyin is the most dazzling one in this myriad flower feast. Even if I don't accept him as a disciple, the other powerful existences will fight over him. Island Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first? All right. Shadow Devil Island Master chuckled as he bid farewell to Dongbua Shui-ing. Who? Very soon, Dongbua Shui-ing and the others tore a time-space tunnel in the distance and began their return journey. Shadow Devil Island Master watched from afar. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. There is truly no comparison. He opened his Tao in just 1,000,000 years, and now even Monarch Destruction is praising him. In the future, his achievements would not be any lower than Monarch Green's, and his chances of becoming a ruler are huge. In the past, he did not accept any disciples, and Yun-Er should be his most outstanding disciple. He will definitely do his best to groom him. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. Black Fog Sea, Monarch, Dongbua Residence. Monarch, an enchanting red-haired housekeeper came to welcome them. Shui-man, arrange cavern dwellings for the two of them. Snow Eagle ordered. Yes. Shui-man immediately acknowledged obediently. There were a total of 2 housekeepers in the Monarch residence. One was White Bones, and the other was Shui-man Blood Creeping Flower immediately brought Mo Chongyin and Jia Yun to settle them down. The two of them had servants, and these servants were naturally in their inner worlds. Half an hour later, within a garden, the plants were lush and hundreds of flowers were blooming. The scenery was beautiful. Dongbua Shui-ing and Jing Qiu were both seated there, drinking fruit wine. Master's wife. Mo Chongyin and Jia Yun bowed respectfully. Dongbua Shui-ing and Jing Qiu looked at these 2 little fellows with satisfaction. In terms of talent, the 2 of them had to admit that their children, Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qinyao, had been nurtured with all their might, but they were still inferior to these 2. These 2 were definitely the most talented disciples they had ever met. I only have the 2 of you as inner disciples. Dongbua Shuang said, I have a personal disciple called Yi Qing. He is your senior apprentice brother. Yi Qing? Mo Chongyin and Jia Yin were puzzled. They had never heard of such a powerful character called Yi Qing. Dongbua Shuang felt a little rueful. Yi Qing was the only disciple he had casually taught in the past 100 years, when he was poisoned by the voodoo poison. Amongst the many disciples he had casually taught, Yi Qing was the only one he had recognized as worthy of nurturing. He was also the only disciple he had acknowledged. It was just that when he was a transcendent, he felt that Yi Qing was worthy of nurturing. But now that he was standing at the peak of the vast universe, Yi Qing's potential was much weaker. Under his nurturing, Yi Qing was only at the peak of the deity realm. Becoming a world deity was a huge hurdle for him. One must know that Yi Qing had cultivated for more than 10 million years. He is a disciple I accepted back in the material realm. Dongbua Shuang said, The two of you have great talent. I hope that you won't disappoint me in the future. If you are outstanding enough, you will naturally have the chance to become my personal disciple. No matter how talented they were, they could only become inner disciples and observe them for a period of time before deciding whether or not to accept them as personal disciples. Other than talent, one's temperament was also very important. Dongbua Shuang wasn't afraid of his disciples overbearing, cold, aloof, and many other things. He didn't care about any of these. The only thing he disliked the most was those who could be called devils. Mo Chongyin, I've watched you during the bloodshed God Palace battle. Other than the chaotic deity heart, you've also comprehended the substance deity heart? Is the world deity heart passable? Dongbua Shuang said. Yes. Mo Chongyin nodded. Right now, I want to grasp the substance deity heart as soon as possible. Next is the world deity heart. The fourth deity heart has yet to be decided. Very good. Dongbua Shuang casually pointed. Xiu! A ray of light flew into Mo Chongyun's forehead, and a large amount of information was transmitted. They were the guidance of the substance deity heart and the world deity heart. One must know that the extreme annihilation mysterious body focused the most on the substance deity heart, and the initial scroll of the myriad devil true body also contained many profound mysteries of the substance deity heart. After cultivating for so long, Dongbua Shuang's understanding of the substance deity heart was still very deep. He was definitely at the peak among ordinary powerful existences, but he was still some distance away from opening his Tao. As for the world deity heart, there was no need to talk about it. The Tao of Mirage was the first to open by Dongbua Shuang. Now that he had accumulated a lot of experience, his guidance would naturally be even more profound. Even the Temporal Island Lord and the others would find it hard to reach the level of Dongbua Shuang in terms of the world deity heart. This was also the reason why the three ancestors didn't hesitate to accept them as their disciples. A venerable teaching a disciple. There was a huge difference compared to a powerful existence teaching a disciple. One's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, as well as the laws of profound mysteries, were much more profound. The left palace had only placed his hopes on the fact that monarch Dongbua was too young and had never taught a good disciple before and lacked experience. That was why he felt that he could compete with Dongbua Shuang in terms of teaching disciples. As for those paragons who had cultivated for a long time, ordinary disciples of powerful existences couldn't compare to paragons at all. Jia Yin. Dongbua Shuang looked towards that nervous young fellow. Revered master. Jia Yin was rather nervous. Now he knew that his revered master was one of the new three ancestors. You have great potential in the splitting heavens deity heart and extremity deity heart. Dongbua Shuang said. Jia Yin nodded obediently. Dongbua Shuang smiled and pointed out with his finger. A stream of light entered Jia Yin's forehead. Splitting heavens deity heart? Extremity deity heart? These were all related to the Tao of slaughter. Dongbua Shui-ing tried to explain his understanding of these two deity hearts in detail to his disciple. These two young fellas. Looking at his two disciples who were receiving information, Dongbua Shui-ing revealed a smile. Snow Eagle, other than Yi Qing, you haven't had any disciples in a long time. Jing Qiu said, these two young fellas have great talent and extraordinary potential. I hope that they won't disappoint me. Dongbua Shui-ing said. Chapter 690. Black Fog Sea, Monarch Residence, Underground Palace. Dongbua Shui-ing began to comprehend the avatar technique created by his teacher. Superminiature Universe. Dongbua Shui-ing flipped his hand, and a droplet of deep silver substance floated above his palm. As he poured his luminous sun force into it, patterns started to appear on the surface of the droplet. The patterns started to circulate, and a small region around it started to distort, forming primal chaos. The formless primal chaos enveloped this small region. This region was completely isolated from the outside world. Karma was also isolated, and even the operation laws of the universe could not sense it. The rate of consumption of luminous sun force is too fast. Dongbua Shui-ing was slightly shocked. This primal chaos? With a thought, Dongbua Shui-ing formed a world deity avatar. The world deity avatar walked towards the primal chaos. When it touched the primal chaos, it was met with resistance, with a slight force. It was roughly equivalent to a stage 2 world deity strength, but it was able to pass through this layer of primal chaos. Pooh! As though it had passed through a membrane, the world deity avatar could see the vast palace hall with a glance. This underground palace hall was used for cultivation, and naturally its area was huge. The superminiature universe could only cover a small portion of it. If that small area is considered as a superminiature universe, then did I just rush out of the universe? The world deity avatar revealed a smile. Although it could not sense this avatar, it could still sense the white-robed main body in the material world. Because their souls came from the same source, the world deity avatar could still maintain its existence. If both bodies could not sense each other, then the world deity avatar would not be able to maintain its existence. Dongbua Shui-ing carefully studied the universe stone heart. In the end, he confirmed that it only had the function of opening a superminiature universe. Furthermore, this superminiature universe could only conceal itself from the operation laws of the universe. Its defense was extremely low. That's right. Teacher refined this universe stone heart just so that I could cultivate the avatar technique. If it had other functions, I would have to pay an even greater price. Dongbua Shui-ing understood this point, but the energy consumption is huge. With my luminous sun force and world deity energy, I can't even last the time taken to brew a cup of tea. By then, I have to prepare everything before I can refine a second avatar. Dongbua Shui-ing kept the universe stone heart and began comprehending the avatar technique. This avatar technique was something only the bloodshed God Emperor in the cultivator cosmos had. The difficulty of cultivating it was extremely high, but the moment he succeeded in cultivating it, it would be much more helpful than an absolute art. While Shui-ing was teaching his disciple and cultivating the avatar technique within the small courtyard of a wooden house in the bloodshed God Palace, Bloodblade, you came looking for me the moment the myriad flower feast ends? Primordial Master smiled and sat down. Bloodshed God Emperor nodded. I need a piece of black water god metal. Only you have this treasure. I need a piece of black water god metal. You're the only one who has it. Primal Master was startled. That time, the two of them had entered an unknown and mysterious land. That place was not any less dangerous than Lake Heart Island, and was even more mysterious. The two of them worked together and discovered a unique metal. They named it Black Water God Metal, and each of them took half of it. Of course I've used it. Otherwise, why would I look for you? Bloodblade said. but it's very important to me. Primal Master shook his head. My master is doing this for the entire cultivator cosmos. The black bird on Blood Blade's shoulder shouted. Primal Master was puzzled. What are you planning to do? I've analyzed the 3 pieces of black water, God, metal time and time again. Finally, I've gained something. Using it and the cosmos furnace as the 2 extremes of the array, I can construct the void twin extreme array. Bloodblade said, by relying on this array, I can investigate the cosmos void. This is the most formidable scouting method I can think of. I want to search through the 10 starfields where the base of the ancestor mother religion is hiding. I reckon I'll be able to search through them in a few tens of millions of years. Primal Master's eyes brightened. This is a good thing. I'll naturally help you. Just as he finished speaking, Primal Master's expression changed. He looked at Bloodblade. This array is called the Void Twin Extreme Array? MN, Bloodblade softly nodded. Are you going to break through soon? Primal Master asked. Not yet. I've only touched the boundary. Bloodblade answered. Primal Master shook his head with a smile. It's amazing that you can touch the boundary. You've walked further than us. Previously, I wanted to compete with you, but it seems I'm definitely slower than you. Bloodshed God Emperor laughed out loud. Our cosmos epic is still very early. I can take that step, and you can too. The 3rd cosmos epic could produce the Lake Heart Island Master and the Ancestor Devil. Could it be that our 8th cosmos epic can't catch up to them? I don't believe it. Haha, that's right. Everything is possible. Primal Master was similarly arrogant. After all, he was the first ruler of this cosmos epic. Primal Master stood up. He casually threw out an item. At first glance, it looked like a black metal piece. But this black metal piece emitted a frost aura that caused the surrounding void to collapse. The frost aura had even condensed into black water droplets. These black water droplets revolved around it, causing the void to collapse, recover, and collapse. I'll give it to you. Primal Master said, naturally, I have a share in the destruction of the ancestor mother religion. Primal Master left after saying that. Bloodblade received the black water god medal. He originally wanted to use treasures to exchange for it, but he knew the temperament of Primal Master. Since he had given it to me, he would not ask for any treasures. Ancestor mother religion. Bloodblade looked at the floating black metal piece in his hand. He revealed a look of anticipation. If I don't get rid of you outsiders who have taken root in our cosmos, I won't be able to rest easy. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 years had passed since the Myriad Flower Feast. Snow Eagle, how long will you be gone this time? Jingqiu and Dongbua Shueing walked side by side. Who knows? Dongbua Shueing answered. Where are you going? Jingqiu asked. I have experienced the trials of the 3 devil palaces and obtained a star map. I wish to go and have a look. Dongbua Shueing said, it's hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse, but I believe that with my combat power, I should be able to protect myself. He could not cultivate the avatar technique within a short period. Shueing had also consolidated his Tao of slaughter. His 2 disciples were doing quite well under his guidance. Mo Chongyin grasped the substance deity heart 80,000 years after becoming a disciple, becoming a stage 2 world deity. Dongbua Shueing was quite satisfied with this disciple after observing him for the past few years, and thus accepted him as a personal disciple. As for Jiayin, he was even more outstanding. He had comprehended the grade 1 deity heart, splitting heaven deity heart in just 7,000 years, and grasped the extremity deity heart in 99,000 years. Adding up his previous cultivation time, he had grasped a grade 1 deity heart in just 15,000 years. His second disciple, Mo Chongyin, had cultivated for 32,000 years when he participated in the God Palace battle, and had grasped a grade 1 deity heart much earlier. Clearly, these 2 disciples had similar talents and were extremely high. After receiving guidance from Dongbua Shuang, their cultivation speed was much faster than before. Dongbua Shuang had also accepted Jiayun as his third disciple. Since his disciples were improving so quickly, it was time for him to go and take a look at the location marked on the mysterious star map. Passing the 3 devil palaces would allow one to obtain a treasure from the treasury left behind by the ancestor devil. If one was lucky, they might even obtain a primordial demon. However, all he obtained was a piece of paper, and within that piece of paper was an ancient star map. No matter what, he had to go and take a look. Before leaving, Dongbua Shuang first returned to the material world. He left behind the true god weapon, the devil blade, the cosmos stone heart, and other important items that were of no help to his strength. Moon Star, Sun Star, Lake Heart Island, 6 heavenly wheel. It was already the 8th cosmos epoch, and the difference between that ancient star map and the one he saw now was too great. But some things remained the same. The 6 heavenly wheel, Lake Heart Island, Sun Star, and Moon Star would always be there. Even if a new cosmos epoch were to begin, the Dark Abyss, Sun Star, and Moon Star would only form anew. Using them as a reference, the location marked on the star map should be within the territory of the temporal island of this cosmos epoch. Dongbua Shuang flew through the space-time tunnel. Very soon he exited the tunnel and arrived at a vast void. He looked at the void. Dongbua Shuang knew that the location marked on the star map should be within the void. However, because it was too far away, the location he could determine was rather blurry. It should be within a few trillion miles of the star map. Boom! Releasing his perception, he borrowed his control over the world energy to extend his perception outwards. With his current attainments in the world energy aspect, his perception was able to cover a total of 5 trillion miles in an instant. Chapter 691. Dongbua Shuang stood in the void as he sensed the vast area of 5 trillion kilometers around him. There are 15 planets, and they are all desolate planets without any life. There are also some void rocks, and the most unique one is that surging void river. Dongbua Shuang looked into the distance. That river was at least 100 billion kilometers long. It seemed to be born naturally in the universe, and it was rather unique. Even his world energy could not detect it. Within the area of 5 trillion kilometers, that void river was the only thing he could not detect. In the ancient pagoda, left behind by the ancestor devil, the ancient star map indicated that the location is here. There is a 90% chance that the exact location is within that river. Dongbua Shuang guessed. As for the other places, Dongbua Shuang thought with his heart. Boom! Within a range of 10 trillion kilometers, the void suddenly trembled. The 15 barren planets and the rocks in the void were instantly shattered into streams of particles, and even the ordinary void was shattered into streams of particles. Like boiling porridge, countless streams of particles flowed. Almost everywhere within a range of 10 trillion kilometers was filled with these streams of particles, and only that raging river remained intact. There is nothing special about the other areas. Dongbua Shuang thought with his heart. Everything returned to normal, and the void returned to normal. The desolate planets and void rocks had disappeared without a trace. South he teleported. Dongbua Shuang stood above the surging river. He looked at this void river that was at least 1,000,000 kilometers wide and 100 billion kilometers long. His formless mirage world spread out as he tried to investigate the entire void river. The mirage world barely covered the entire river. The river glowed with silvery white light, and there were undercurrents surging within it. There were even some whirlpools appearing. This river doesn't have any impurities? Dongbua Shuang was puzzled. Through his mirage world, he observed the entire river. No matter how he looked at it, the entire river was made up of countless liquids. There were no other substances. Could it be that the river itself is a treasure that was marked on the star map? Dongbua Shuang guessed. He wore the extreme annihilation mysterious body armor, and with a stretch of his right hand, Whoosh, a huge palm quickly covered the sky. Just this palm was bigger than the river, and the huge palm covered in black armor directly grabbed the river, intending to grab the entire river. But when his palm grabbed the river, it felt like an ant trying to catch a python. As the river gushed forth, it easily shook off Dongbua Shuiying's palm. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Dongbua Shuiying's palm could not shake the river at all. What great strength! Dongbua Shuiying exclaimed. A man's power is sometimes limited. Even someone as powerful as a hegemon would feel weak and insignificant when faced with existences like the solar star and the lunar star, whose might radiated throughout the universe. They wouldn't even dare to enter the depths of the solar star or the lunar star, for fear that they would instantly perish. There was no need to even talk about grabbing the solar star or the lunar star. Most likely, a single strand of the might of the solar star would be enough to kill a hegemon. This was the strength of a celestial body in the universe. Just like the black fog sea that he resided in, the naturally formed black fog sea was similarly mysterious and unfathomable. It was also a unique celestial body that was birthed from the universe. This river was the same. If I can't grab the entire river, I'll have to waste more time. Dongbua Shuiying's right hand returned to normal, and at the same time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. The jade bottle was very small, and he tried to scoop some water from the void river. The jade bottle entered. The water naturally flowed into the jade bottle. But when Dongbua Shuiying tried to keep the jade bottle, he met with a strong resistance. The small amount of water that entered the jade bottle seemed to be one with the entire river outside, and he couldn't keep it no matter what. Interesting. Dongbua Shuiying smiled. There were all sorts of strange things in the universe, and other powerful existences wouldn't have the patience to try and capture a river time and time again. But because of the ancestor devil's star map, Dongbua Shuiying naturally had the patience to do so. I can't use force, and since I can't forcefully take it away, I'll have to use a stupid method. I'll search everywhere. What's the meaning of the ancestor devil leaving behind this star map? Dongbua Shuiying directly headed downwards, and his body charged into the void water. As he was hiding in the mirage world, he couldn't sense anything special. Since that was the case, he had to personally experience it, and perhaps he might be able to discover the secret within. Boom! The moment he entered the void river, Dongbua Shuiying felt some resistance. There was resistance everywhere in the water, and the overall strength of the river was unimaginable. There's water everywhere, but why is this place marked on the star map? Shuiying flew along the void river. He was inspecting every single place. He used his hands and his body to touch everything. Time passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Dongbua Shuiying continued to fly within the void river, searching everywhere. But no matter how long he searched, he could only find the water. Those undercurrents and water whirlpools were very strong, but they naturally couldn't threaten Dongbua Shuiying. But with no discovery, such days were too boring. Perhaps the water was special? No matter how he searched, it was just a special substance, and it couldn't be separated and brought away. 100 years, 200 years, if it were other powerful existences, they might have given up quickly because of the uniqueness of this universe, celestial body, but they couldn't find anything. But Dongbua Shuiying persisted. He believed that there must be a reason why the ancient star map marked this place. The ancestor devil also knew that the universe would undergo changes every epoch, but he still left behind this star map. Clearly, this marked location shouldn't be affected by the changes of the universe epochs. Dongbua Shuiying had confidence in the ancestor devil. That was why he persisted. After experiencing the time calamity and the long period of cultivation, he wasn't anxious. In the blink of an eye, he had been searching for 5,300 years in this void river. On this day, Dongbua Shuiying was still searching everywhere. He didn't even believe his eyes as he used his hands to touch everywhere. As he flew, he searched. Suddenly, amen? Dongbua Shue Ing suddenly felt a faint light in front of him. This caused him to be shocked, because this was the first time he discovered something special about this void river in the past 5,300 years. He followed the light. Dongbua Shue Ing got closer. As he got closer, the resistance of the water seemed to decrease greatly. Moreover, space-time was distorting. Passing through layers of space-time, Dongbua Shue Ing got closer and closer. His eyes lit up. Finally, Dongbua Shue Ing stopped. There was no longer any water in the surroundings. The water flowed around, protecting this region. This spherical region wasn't very big. It was only about 300 feet in diameter. In the center of this region was a deep silver sphere. It was about the size of a human's head. There seemed to be liquid rolling on its surface. At the same time, it was emitting a silvery white light. The warm light shone in all directions and seeped into the void river. Is this the target marked on the star map? Dongbua Shue Ing stood there. He could feel the ripples coming from this deep silver sphere. When the ripples struck his body, even Dongbua Shue Ing felt a wave of pressure. However, this deep silver sphere seemed to have an indescribable attractive force that was attracting Dongbua Shue Ing to get closer. My mirage world is unable to detect it. It is above my mirage world. Dongbua Shue Ing was very clear about this. Let's see what it is. His right hand held onto a saber as he stretched it forward. Clearly, he had to be more careful against this unknown object. The closer he got, the greater the resistance from the ripples coming from the silvery white sphere. Break! Dongbua Shue Ing grunted. The powerful energy within his body burst forth as he forcefully advanced forward with his saber. When there was only a distance of 30 feet between him and the silvery white sphere, Wang, the silvery white sphere, which was constantly emitting ripples, once again released ripples. These ripples were visible to the naked eye. As the ripples spread out, they came into contact with the saber in Dongbua Shue Ing's hand. Hua! At the moment of contact, a terrifying suction force passed through the saber and instantly reached Dongbua Shue Ing's entire body. What? Without any resistance, he was dragged by a terrifying force. With a whoosh, his entire body flew towards the silvery white sphere at high speed. As he flew, his body rapidly shrank. In Dongbua Shue Ing's vision, the silvery white sphere was rapidly expanding. It grew larger and larger, to the point where it was hard to see its edges with the naked eye. Initially, it was still a sphere. However, as it got closer and closer, it became boundless in his vision. It had already turned into a vast continent. That is, Dongbua Shue Ing saw it. With his terrifying vision, he could finally see that there were countless humans living on this vast continent. South following that, Dongbua Shue Ing completely descended into this vast continent. Some things are stuck. Today is the first chapter. Tomorrow, I will make up for it at the third chapter. Asterisk. Chapter 692. A stream of light flashed. Dongbua Shue Ing landed in a vast mountain forest. His figure flashed. Hung! As he flew at high speed. As his body accelerated, the formless laws started suppressing him. Even the surface of his body started burning with flames. Dongbua Shue Ing stood on the peak of a mountain with some astonishment. The moment I descended, I discovered that this continent is suppressed by the laws, preventing me from teleporting. Who would have thought that even flying at high speed would be restricted? Dongbua Shue Ing was astonished. When he flew earlier, the faster his speed, the stronger the suppression of the laws. There were even terrifying flames surrounding his body. Naturally, the luminous sun force on the surface of his body was able to easily isolate the flames. This world should be recorded in the ancient star atlas of the ancestor devil. Dongbua Shue Ing stood on the peak of the mountain and looked into the distance. With a single glance, the vast world was filled with rolling clouds that resembled dragons and snakes. Even with Dongbua Shuiying's vision, he could only barely see a distance of 5 million kilometers. I can sense karma. This world can still be considered a part of the cultivator's universe. Dongbua Shuiying activated his mirage world. The mirage world was a world that Dongbua Shuiying controlled. Even though it was being suppressed by the formless laws, it was still able to expand to a range of 500 million kilometers. South, borrowing the power of the mirage world, he teleported and disappeared. This continent was vast, and there were many countries. The region where Dongbua Shuiying landed belonged to a country called Blue Waves Nation. Blue Waves Nation had existed for a very long time, and its territory was at least 500 billion kilometers wide. It had a population of trillions and countless cultivators. After descending, Dongbua Shuiying began to investigate in the dark. With his illusory techniques, even stage 4 world deities would not be able to resist. Thus, it was easy for him to investigate. But during the process of investigating, Shuiying was startled to discover that the law suppression of this world was extremely formidable. Not only did the faster one flew, the greater the suppression would be. The higher one flew, the greater the suppression would be. Even the stronger one's offensive power would be suppressed. I can only fly 980 million kilometers away from the ground at most. In this world, there were lightning flames in the sky. The higher the height, the stronger the thunder fire. Of course, Dongbua Shuiying could enter the mirage world. And he also had the myriad fiend true body and the extreme annihilation mysterious body armor. Although the highest level of thunder fire could seep into the mirage world, he was still able to forcefully resist it. However, when he flew to a distance of 980 million miles, there was an invisible barrier that prevented him from passing through. This is a huge cage. Dongbua Shuiying's heart turned cold. Obviously, it was difficult to leave. What does the demon ancestor want to do? Why did he leave the ancient star map for his descendants? Dongbua Shuiying guessed. Logically speaking, I have passed the 3 devil palaces trial and randomly picked a treasure from his treasury. The ancient star map should have brought me some benefits and not a calamity. The stronger you are, the more secrets you will know. Let's go and ask the leader of the strongest force in the Blue Wave Nation first. After Dongbua Shuiying made his decision, soon he arrived at the foot of a mountain range and looked up. This is the strongest force in the Blue Wave Nation, the Black Sky God Palace. Even the king of the Blue Wave Nation has to lower his head? Dongbua Shuiying raised his head and looked up. In the distance, there was a chain of mountains. Among the mountains, there were pitch-black pillars that soared into the sky. These black pillars were even taller than the mountains. There were more than 1,000 black pillars as the base. Above these black pillars, there was a palace emitting a dark aura. This was the destination of this trip, the Black Sky God Palace. In the sky, in a palace hall of the Black Sky God Palace, a black-robed, bald man sat cross-legged and looked down at his subordinates. Wherever he looked, no one dared to raise their head to look at him, because this black-robed, bald man was the most terrifying existence in the entire Blue Wave Nation, the Black Sky Palace Master. In this Blue Wave Nation, no one can go against my will. The black-robed, bald man looked down coldly. His majestic voice reverberated in the palace hall. There is only one result for going against my will: death. Go, eradicate the entire Feiyu tribe. Leave none alive. The black-robed, bald man ordered. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black-robed figure appeared in the palace hall. The palace hall was silent. All the servants, including the Black Sky Palace Master, who was sitting cross-legged at the highest position, had already fallen into a deep sleep. All of them had fallen into an illusion. Tell me, the black-robed figure was precisely Dongbua Shuiying. Looking at the Black Sky Palace Master who had fallen into an illusion, he asked, Where is the strongest power in this world? The Black Sky Palace master muttered, "This world is boundless. It is too dangerous. I have never heard of the strongest power. I only know that the ancient Chung family has ruled over thousands of surrounding nations since the birth of this world. They are an ancient family that stands at the peak of the entire world." Chung family? Dongbua Shui-ing frowned. "Are there any almighty experts?" "How many?" Dongbua Shui-ing asked again. "Chung family has almighty experts. I have seen one before." The Black Sky Palace master continued. Shui-ing did not stop asking. After reaching the level of stage 4 world deity, it was very difficult to look through the memories of a stage 4 world deity. He could only rely on the illusory realm to make the world deity spit out his secrets. This Black Sky Palace master was indeed a stage 4 world deity. He knew a lot of secrets. The questioning went on for a full hour. After that, Dongbua Shui-ing used karma to kill all of the Black Sky Palace master's clones. Because the soul of a stage 4 world deity was too strong the moment he awoke from the illusion, he would definitely know that he had fallen into an illusion. This might expose his existence. Hence, Dongbua Shui-ing would definitely kill the stage 4 world deity that he chose to interrogate. Hence, he chose this demon, the Black Sky Palace master. As for the weaker ones, although they had fallen into an illusion, Dongbua Shui-ing could easily look through their memories. He could even seal or delete their memories. Hence, he was naturally not worried about exposing himself. The Black Sky Palace master, who was the strongest in the Blue Tide Nation, died silently just like that. To the current Dongbua Shui-ing, killing a stage 4 world deity was as easy as killing an ant. However, whether or not he deserved to be killed, Dongbua Shui-ing had a bottom line in his heart. One must know that in this world, the faster one flew, the greater the suppression. Even with Dongbua Shui-ing's maximum speed, he could only travel tens of thousands of miles per second. It was much slower than the outside world. Fortunately, he could use the Mirage world to teleport. Otherwise, it would take a long time just to travel. Chung family. Dongbua Shui-ing stood in midair and looked at a family mansion far away. The mansion was vast and filled with experts. In the eyes of the locals, the Chung family was merely a local overlord. How could they know that this was an ancient family that could shake the entire continent? Only the peak cultivators could understand the terrifying power of the Chung family. What a great Chung family! Under Dongbua Shui-ing's observation, he discovered that there was an ancient array set up deep within the family mansion. The array faintly drew in the energy of the world. Its might was even stronger than the array in his monarch mansion. Furthermore, there was a large group of guards patrolling the place. Most of the guards were world deities. If it is strong enough, I will be able to understand more secrets of this world and find out the reason why Ancestor Devil led me here. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. Ancestor Devil might have left behind an opportunity. However, obtaining it might be difficult. South! Dongbua Shui-ing turned into a stream of light and flew towards the main entrance of the Chung family mansion. This was only the first chapter. He would definitely finish writing the next 3 chapters. Everyone could continue reading after waking up tomorrow. Chapter 693. The Chung family. The walls of the mansion were mottled, and the bronze-armored guards were standing guard at the entrance, their eyes observing the surroundings. Dongbua Shui-ing landed at the entrance of the Chung family. The guards' gazes landed on Dongbua Shui-ing at the same time. They were all world deity guards, and their gazes gave off a formless pressure. Naturally, to Dongbua Shui-ing, it was like a cool breeze. "I'm here to join the Chung family." Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. "The day the Chung family accepts guards and guests will be 36,000 years from now. You can come again then." One of the bronze-armored guards said, "No, I'm here to recommend myself as a guest." Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. "Please report this." Guest? The bronze-armored guards were startled. The Chung family had a deep foundation. Thus, many cultivators who knew of how powerful the Chung family were would want to join them. They would be able to obtain more resources and better guidance. Most of them would become guards or guests. Guards were strictly controlled, while guests had more freedom. However, they were just hired thugs. As for the status of a guest, it was much higher. Even the Chung family would not force a guest to become one. After all, every guest was a powerful fighting force of the family. Senior, please wait for a moment. I will report this immediately. The leading guard said and immediately entered the mansion to report. Guest? An old man with white hair and beard from the Chung family sat cross-legged, looking at the bronze-armored guard in front of him. Reporting to the second elder, the newcomer has indeed come to become a guest. The bronze-armored guard said. Then let's see how strong he is. The white-haired old man stood up. Pass down my order. Awaken the 9 demonic gods. Yes, the guard immediately acknowledged. Immediately, within this ancient aristocratic family, the news spread rapidly. An expert was about to join the family as an honored guest. The number of honored guests in the Chongsher world clan was extremely small, and only stage for world deities were qualified to become one. Of course, those who had absolute arts and combat power comparable to stage for world deities had the chance to become a guest. Under the guidance of the guards, Dongbu Shui-ing entered the Chung family mansion, and soon he saw the white-haired old man. Greetings, second elder, Dongbu Shui-ing said. At the same time, he was shocked. He could tell that this white-haired old man was a great existence who had transcended. You are? The second elder frowned slightly. The Chung family had records of any world deities who were slightly more powerful, but he did not recognize this black-robed youth in front of him. Dongbu Shui-ing smiled and said, I am Fei Shue. When he was young, his weapon was the Fei Shue godly spear. He had casually given himself the alias Fei Shue to prevent any accidents. After all, the top forces in this world might have the means to spy on the outside world. Therefore, he had even changed his appearance slightly to become colder. My Chung family has not had a new guest for hundreds of millions of years. Currently, we have a total of 6 guests. The white-haired old man said, at the stage for world deity realm, most people prefer to be free and unfettered. There aren't many who are willing to join my Chung family. I have always been cultivating and comprehending the Tao. After stepping into the stage for world deity realm, I have not broken through for a long time. I heard that the Chung family has 3 great absolute arts, one of which is called the 6 sever sword styles. Since I specialize in using the sword, I have specially come to recommend myself as a guest, hoping to learn this absolute art. Dongbu Shui-ing said, This world, it was very different from the deity world and abyss. It was much easier to learn cultivation techniques and absolute arts. For example, almost everyone had the chance to obtain cultivation techniques. As for absolute arts, one must know that in the deity world and abyss, even powerful existences would find it hard to obtain a complete absolute art. But in this world, Dongbu Shui-ing knew from the deceased Black Sky Palace Master that the Chung family alone had 3 absolute arts. These were their clan's ultimate arts, and they could be taught. What did the Chung family rely on to attract top-notch experts to become guests? They relied on absolute arts and other treasures. These 3 absolute arts, Skywater Illusory Body, Thunder Tao, 6 Sever Sword Styles. Deducing from the information from the Black Sky Palace Master, Skywater Illusory Body should be related to water, while Thunder Tao should be related to lightning. As for 6 Sever Sword Styles, it was a terrifying sword technique that specialized in killing. Dongbu Shui-ing deduced that it should be an absolute art related to the slaughter Tao. One must know that ever since he opened the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter, he had been searching for an absolute art that was suitable for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to improve even after reaching the 5th volume of Luminous Sun and Extreme Annihilation Mysterious Body. This was because the Tao he opened was not compatible. In the deity world and abyss, he had never heard of an absolute art that was suitable for the Tao of mirage. Although there were some that were suitable for the slaughtered Tao, the absolute arts of the deity world and abyss were not so easy to learn. Back then, to obtain the second half of the blood demon scripture, he had to exchange the first half. Who would have thought that in this world I would discover an absolute art related to the Tao of slaughter? The reason why Dongbu Shui joined the Chung family was to obtain this absolute art. The second was to blend in so that he could quickly explore the true side of this world. He did not wish to be forceful. After all, his illusory realm could deal with stage 4 world deities, but its effect against powerful existences was ordinary. Ordinary, powerful existences had extraordinary mental states and high realms. In addition, he was still unfamiliar with this world. If he were too forceful, he might just lose his life. It was better for him to blend in, spend more time, and slowly infiltrate. Being able to obtain an absolute art related to the Tao of slaughter makes my trip to this world worth it. Dongbu Shui was in a good mood. Absolute arts. The white-haired old man, the second elder, laughed when he heard that. Almost all the honored guests were here for the 3 absolute arts. The 3 clan protection absolute arts of my Chongsha World clan are not easily divulged to outsiders. You have to contribute greatly before you can learn them. That is natural. Dongbu Shui nodded. Although I can sense your aura, and it is indeed that of a stage for world deity, you still have to go through a test. The second elder said, "Follow me." Dongbu Shui nodded. His aura was disguised by the bloodshed tavern master's robe. One must know that after cultivating the myriad devil true body and opening his Tao, be it his true deity heart or his physical body, his aura was extremely powerful, even stronger than ordinary paragons. Just the aura emitted by the myriad devil true body could kill stage 4 world deities. Naturally, he had to conceal it, coming to an unfamiliar and mysterious world. It would be foolish to kill his way through. Just from the Chung family's absolute arts, Dongbu Shui understood that this world was not ordinary. After all, absolute arts would not appear out of thin air. There would always be experts who created them. It was better for him to keep a low profile and quickly understand the true nature of this world. The family is about to have another guest elder. It's time for the guest elder test. Quick, quick, quick. A few of the disciples of the Chung family were rushing over to watch the test with excitement. Even a few guards with higher statuses who could move freely had rushed over as well. After all, the guest elder test was extraordinary. Seventh Highness, please be careful. 2 maids followed a child. The child ran with lightning speed. It's the guest elder test. Let's quickly go and take a look. I haven't seen it yet. The 2 maids were stage 1 universe deities and were carefully serving this child. This was because this child was the 7th son of the ancestor with the highest position in the entire Chongsha World clan. One of the previous 6 majesties had died before becoming a universe deity, while the other 5 majesties had stepped into the universe deity realm. Soon, this included the 7th Highness, as well as some of the direct and collateral descendants of the other clans, some guards, and even 2 other guest elders. World deity Feishue, take a look. The second elder pointed to the front, where 9 puppets about 3 meters tall stood. Each of them emitted a powerful aura, and they stared at Shui with their scarlet eyes. The 9 demonic gods are all at the peak of stage 3. If you defeat them, you will pass the test and become a guest elder of my Chung family. The second elder chuckled. All right. Dongbu Shui immediately pulled out a sword from behind his back. He had always been carrying a sword on his back. This sword was a top-grade world deity ranked weapon. This was because there were similarities between a sword and a spear. A sword was similar to a short spear, and its main sword moves were stabbing, slicing, lifting, and twisting. Since he was disguising his identity, he naturally had to disguise his weapon as well. With his achievements in the Tao of Slaughter, it was easy for him to casually create a set of sword techniques based on the Tao of Slaughter. This set of sword techniques was within the boundaries of the laws of the world and did not exceed it. However, it was still comparable to the standards of a peak powerful existence. Amongst Stage 4 world deities, it was definitely extremely powerful. It's here. The battle is about to begin. The surrounding spectators, including the 3 elders, the 2 guest elders, the 7th Highness, and many other disciples, were all looking forward to this guest elder test. The 2nd chapter arrived. He continued writing the 3rd chapter. Chapter 694. Under the attentive gaze of the surrounding crowd, Shui-Ing took a step forward after unsheathing his sword, turning into a mirage. Bang! His body was covered in flames, which formed an arc. Clearly, his speed had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even the thunder flame has appeared. The eyes of many clan members, guards, and maidservants shone brightly. The 7th Highness was even more excited. Only a Stage 4 world deity could make the thunder flame appear by relying on flying speed. This was a rare sight for many of them. The 9 celestial demonic puppets roared and pounced at the same time. Hua! Immediately after, a blood-red thread streaked across the sky. It twisted 3 times in midair, then cut through the necks of the 9 celestial demonic puppets. Who? Dongbua Shui-Ing's figure appeared in the distance, casually sheathing his sword into the sheath on his back. At this moment, the necks of the 9 celestial demonic puppets were split in half. The internal workings of the puppets were affected, and all of them stopped moving. Only then did the wounds on their necks gradually heal. Did I win? Dongbua Shui-Ing looked at the 2nd elder. What a powerful sword technique! The 2nd elder's eyes brightened. He nodded and said with a smile, "No wonder foreign Elder Feishua wants to learn the 6 sword styles of Sever." The 2 foreign elders and the other 2 elders who were merely Stage 4 world deities were also shocked. They could tell that based on his fighting power alone, he was definitely not an ordinary Stage 4 world deity. Perhaps his strength could rival that of an ordinary almighty. However, in this world it was common for a Stage 4 world deity to rival an almighty because absolute arts were easier to learn. His strength is probably comparable to our clan's elders, the 2 elders thought. Foreign elders had to contribute greatly to the clan in order to learn an absolute art. However, the clan's elders could learn it directly. Perhaps he is still hiding his strength. We can't underestimate him. They made their judgment. Tonight, prepare a banquet and invite foreign Elder Feishua, the 2nd elder said in a clear voice. Many people on the scene were somewhat excited. Defeating 9 celestial demonic puppets with 1 sword was too rare. Amazing, too amazing. The eyes of the 7th Highness, who was still a child, lit up. He could still clearly remember that blood-red thread that turned 3 times in midair. That was the trajectory of the sword. He felt that the trajectory of the sword was even more beautiful than the rainbow in the sky. I want to learn the sword, so I'll learn from this foreign dignitary Feishua. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it had been more than a year since Dongbua Shui-Ing joined the Chung family. Lord Feishua, the guard of the Compendium Pavilion, said respectfully. Dongbua Shui-Ing nodded slightly and walked in, beginning to flip through the books within the pavilion. Guest elders had a very high status, and there were many places in the Chung family that they could enter. For instance, the hidden library had many cultivation techniques, world deity, ranked secret techniques, ancient arrays, and many more. Guest elders were free to browse through them. Of course, they wouldn't be able to come into contact with the core of the entire clan. For example, Dongbua Shui-Ing couldn't get his hands on the ultimate art of the Tao of Slaughter, the 6 sever sword style that he wanted the most. He had to make a huge contribution. 3 holy lands, 9 great clans. Dongbua Shue Ing muttered to himself as he flipped through the books. For more than a year, he flipped through many books and occasionally chatted with the other guest elders and elders. Other than discussing the Tao, they would also talk about dangerous places, ruins, and many other things. They would also talk about the world situation. Because he had interrogated the Black Sky Palace Master, Dongbua Shuang was able to talk about many dangerous places, so he wouldn't reveal any flaws. He even purposely said that he had been cultivating in seclusion and knew very little. Very soon, he found out that the strongest 12 superpowers under the heavens were the 3 holy lands and 9 great clans. They stood at the peak, ruling over the entire world. In this world, the 3 holy lands are unshakable. Next to them are the 9 great clans. The Chung family is one of the 9 great clans, and they have 4 powerful existences. Dongbua Shue Ing thought to himself, however, they sure have a lot of absolute arts. The 9 great clans. Every clan had at least 2 absolute arts, and the most they had was 5 absolute arts. The 3 holy lands were even more impressive, and their foundations were unfathomable. With a single order, they could send their elites to the 9 great clans to learn the absolute arts, and the 9 great clans wouldn't dare to disobey them. From the clues, the 3 holy lands were extremely powerful, and they definitely had paragons. Ancestor Devil left behind the ancient star map and led me here. What's his motive? Dongbua Shue Ing guessed. The 3 holy lands are unfathomable, but there's no rush. I'll first learn the absolute arts of the Tao of Slaughter. From the information he gathered, he had never heard of the absolute arts of the Tao of Mirage. However, he had heard of 2 absolute arts of the Tao of Slaughter. One was the 6 sever sword styles of the Chung family, and the other was the great extinction scripture of the Talisman clan. Lord Feishue, take care. The guard greeted respectfully as Dongbua Shue Ing walked out of the library. Senior Feishue, Senior Feishue, a child's voice resounded. Dongbua Shue Ing touched his forehead and looked behind him helplessly. He saw a child running towards him with 2 maids following behind him. The child hurriedly said, Senior Feishue, please agree to accept me as your disciple. I really want to learn sword arts from you. 7th Highness, Old Ancestor has already arranged everything for you. Just listen to Old Ancestor and don't make things difficult for me. Dongbua Shue Ing said helplessly. This 7th Highness was the child of the Chung family's old ancestor, and his status was very special. Dongbua Shue Ing couldn't beat or scold him, and could only persuade him. After all, he still wanted to obtain the absolute arts through normal means, and not force his way through. He just needed to spend a little more time, and he had sufficient time. Ha ha ha, Brother Feishue, 7th Highness has his eyes on you. You should just accept him. A red-nosed man holding a wine flask walked over leisurely. Drunkard, if you don't want to accept a disciple, then stop talking nonsense. Dongbua Shue Ing berated. This drunkard was also a guest elder of the Chung family. I'm willing to teach, but 7th Highness doesn't like me. The red-nosed man laughed strangely. Senior Feishue, I'm very sincere. 7th Highness stared at Dongbua Shue Ing with his eyes wide open. I've said it before. As long as Old Ancestor agrees, I will accept you as my disciple. Dongbua Shue Ing said helplessly. Don't make things difficult for me. As he spoke, he moved his feet. South, he disappeared without a trace, running away faster than anyone else. Really, when have I, Dongbua Shue Ing, ever been in such a difficult situation, being forced into such a state by an 8-year-old child? Dongbua Shue Ing said helplessly. Actually, for the past year, the 7th Highness had been coaxing him. Dongbua Shue Ing quite liked this 7th Highness, who wasn't arrogant at all, and was willing to accept him as a disciple. However, that old ancestor wasn't too willing. Old Ancestor wanted to send his son to the 3 great holy lands. One must know that there were 4 powerful existences in the Chung family, and the 3 great holy lands were even more impressive. If he didn't want to become the disciple of a powerful existence, why would he want to become the disciple of a stage for world deity? Old ancestor wasn't willing. Father, I've said it before. I want to become the disciple of Senior Feishue. Other than Senior Feishue, I don't want anyone else to be my master. Seventh Highness shook his head with all his might, refusing to agree, no matter what. The purple-robed man who sat on the main seat felt helpless. As the strongest expert in the family, he really couldn't do anything to an 8-year-old child. You even have the chance to become the disciple of the sacred master, yet you don't agree and insist on becoming the disciple of a stage for world deity. The purple-robed man shook his head helplessly. Old ancestor. The housekeeper beside him said softly, "Why don't we let 7th Highness stay in the family?" The purple-robed man looked at the housekeeper. Firstly, even if His Highness enters the Holy Lands, it's hard to say if he can become the disciple of the sacred master. Secondly, Guest Feishue's swordsmanship is extraordinary, and his realm isn't any weaker than an ordinary almighty. Thirdly, isn't there still the old ancestor? In the family, the old ancestor can see His Highness at any time, and he can personally guide His Highness. The housekeeper said, "Moreover, it's been more than a year, and His Highness wants to become the disciple of Guest Feishue no matter what." The purple-robed man nodded his head lightly. He was moved. In the family, he could indeed take care of his child at any time. 7th Highness opened his eyes wide and looked at his father in anticipation. "All right, I'll allow you to become the disciple of Guest Feishue," the purple-robed man said. "Ha ha ha, thank you, father." 7th Highness happily flew over, pouncing onto the purple-robed man, hugging him and kissing his face. The purple-robed man couldn't help but laugh. Maybe his choice was right. The purple-robed man glanced at the housekeeper beside him and transmitted, "Go and tell Guest Feishue that as long as he can guide my son to become a world deity, the 6 Sever sword styles will be passed down to him." "Yes," the housekeeper replied. Dongbua Shui Ing stared blankly at 7th Highness, who was kneeling on the ground. 7th Highness raised his head and shouted, "Disciple greets master." This. Dongbua Shui Ing was caught unprepared. The housekeeper beside him laughed. "Guest Feishue, old ancestor has already agreed to let His Highness take Guest Elder Feishue as his master because of 7th Highness." Dongbua Shui Ing blinked his eyes. He came to this world to investigate the secrets behind it. Who would have thought that not long after he would accept a disciple? Done in the middle of the night. Sweat, it's already the middle of the night. Chapter 695. The butler even transmitted a message. Old ancestor said that as long as 7th Highness becomes a world deity, honored Guest Feishue will be able to learn the 6 sword styles of Sever technique. Old ancestor is truly considerate. Dongbua Shui Ing smiled. He was also a father, so he understood the intentions of the Chung family old ancestor. Because of this, Dongbua Shui Ing had a good impression of this old ancestor. "Master, please accept me as your disciple." 7th Highness raised his head and looked at his master. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded lightly and sat down on a chair. He then said solemnly, "Since you have acknowledged me as your master, I will not spoil you. From today onwards, you are no longer the 7th Highness, but Chong Yen. Yes, this disciple will accept any punishment without any complaints." 7th Highness Chong Yen raised his head and said loudly. His childish voice was clear and melodious. "Kowtow and acknowledge me as your master," Dongbua Shui Ing ordered. Pung pung pung. 7th Highness immediately kowtowed 3 times. Disciple Chong Yen greets master. The butler at the side was slightly unhappy. This honored Guest Feishue. 7th Highness is too young to accept him as his master, no matter what. That's why he was unable to accept him as his disciple. From today onwards, the true disciple will be taught by old ancestor personally. He is just a stage 4 world deity. How can he be compared to old ancestor? Who would have thought that the moment he accepted a disciple, he would put on the airs of a master? All right. Dongbua Shueing smiled and nodded. You may rise. Seventh Highness hurriedly stood up. Little Seven, go and rest for today. Come and see me tomorrow morning. Dongbua Shueing ordered. He even addressed Seventh Highness as Little Seven. Seventh Highness was filled with joy. He bowed respectfully like a little adult. Yes, this disciple will take his leave. He then left obediently without any arrogance. The butler glanced at Dongbua Shueing, but he didn't say anything and followed the Seventh Highness. Dongbua Shueing smiled as he watched his little disciple leave. When Yi Qing first met me, he was about the same age as him. However, Yi Qing was living in poverty back then, and his body was small and skinny. In reality, he was much older than little Qi, and he was also much more sensible. This is the smallest kid I've ever come into contact with. 8 years old. He knew all kinds of etiquette and even how to read people's expressions. To say that he was immature, he was indeed very young and innocent. He was even coaxed by the Chung family and had never seen much of the dangers of the world. He is the child of Chongsher forefather after he became a powerful existence, and his talent is extraordinary. Teach him to become a world deity? Dongbua Shueing did not think that it would be difficult. Time passed year after year. The most doted Seventh Highness of the Chung family, Chongyan, was indeed very obedient and diligent. He followed Dongbua Shueing's guidance and cultivated step by step. Even though Chongsher forefather would also guide his son in the dark, Dongbua Shueing was too lazy to care about it. He just followed his teachings. As a paragon who had opened 2 Daos, Dongbua Shueing's understanding of the Tao was very deep, and he knew how to guide his son more effectively. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. Teacher, a white-robed young man with a sword on his back, excitedly came to greet Dongbua Shueing. Dongbua Shueing, who was dressed in black and had a divine sword on his back, stood by the side. He was emitting a cold aura, but when he looked at his disciple, there was warmth in his eyes. Little Qi, seeing how confident you are, it seems you have improved. This disciple has completely mastered the light-chasing sword that teacher taught me. The white-robed young man said. Show me. Dongbua Shueing stood by the side and ordered. Yes. Seventh Highness Chongyan immediately unsheathed the divine sword on his back and began executing his sword techniques. The sword light instantly turned into a ray of light, so fast that it left behind afterimages. Dongbua Shueing watched silently and revealed a smile. Seeing his disciple continuously growing, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Now that he is already at the middle stage of the deity realm, it seems that becoming a world deity within 10,000 years is a little difficult. I'm afraid it will take several tens of thousands of years. Let's not talk about comparing him to me. Even compared to my 3rd disciple Jiayin, little Qi's setbacks are far too few. But there's no helping it. Even though he was sent out to do some things, Chongsher forefather would also send experts to protect his son in the dark. At most, he would meet with some small setbacks, but he has yet to experience any true hardship. If he did not experience any hardships, how could he become something great? Since he already had a deity avatar, why would he still protect his son? Chongsher forefather naturally understood this logic, but he was always worried about his son and could not help but send experts to protect him in the dark. In the Chung family, the will of Chongsher forefather cannot be defied. I can't possibly go against him just because of a small matter regarding his followers. Dongbua Shueing lightly shook his head. He had already tried his best to teach his son, and Chongsher forefather was also very satisfied. Because amongst his many children, 7th Highness Chongyan had the fastest cultivation speed. Chongshi forefather was much closer to Dongbu Shuang, and had even personally said that the day 7th Highness Chong Yen became a world deity, he would hand over his absolute art, the 6 sever sword styles. 3. Holy grounds. Dongbu Shuang thought. He did not waste the past 1,000 years. Because he had a close relationship with Chongshi forefather, they had discussed the Tao several times, and the 3 holy grounds were mentioned. From a few words, Dongbu Shuang was able to deduce more. Although the 3 holy grounds are powerful from Chongshi forefather's point of view, while they are wary of them, they are not completely defenseless. Dongbu Shuang thought. According to the many words, the 3 holy grounds should have paragons, but there shouldn't be any rulers. If there was a ruler, with the strength of a ruler, Chongshi forefather and the others would have long become obedient grandsons. The gap between ordinary powerful existences and rulers was simply too huge. Therefore, the 3 holy grounds should not have any rulers. This deduction allowed Dongbu Shuang to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt that it was natural, although it is easier to obtain cultivation techniques and absolute arts in this world. Spreading them wantonly to the point where almost every mortal could obtain them, the world is ultimately only so big. There are only so many dangers and trials. Without enough clashes between experts, without enough tempering in dangerous situations, without guidance from even more powerful seniors like the Lake Heart Island, the 6 paths of Heavenly Wheel, the starting ground, and so on, it would be extremely difficult to even establish a Tao, much less become a ruler. Dongbu Shuang had lived in this world for 1,000 years, and knew that this world was much weaker than the outside world. Even if one could obtain guidance from even stronger seniors in the outside world, and could head to other cosmos to temper themselves with guidance from Blood Blade, Temporal Island Lord, and other rulers, it was still extremely difficult to become a ruler. Someone as outstanding as Monarch Green had reached a bottleneck in all 3 Taos, and was just a sliver away from breaking through. Even Pang, he had only become a ruler after creating his final cultivation technique. Clearly, it was extremely difficult. In this world, the difficulty of becoming a ruler was more than 10 times that of the outside world. Standing there watching his disciple train, Dongbu Shuang's thoughts drifted. He was thinking about his own matters. The more he understood about this world, the more appropriate he would be able to act. It would be too unjust to die in this world because of his recklessness. Many intelligence reports in the deity world and Abyss stated that many experts died because of carelessness, like the death of the 2 protectors from the ancestor mother religion. It was also due to carelessness, as they had underestimated Dongbu Shuang. Thus, Dongbu Shuang did not dare to look down on the strength of this world. Teacher, how is it? 7th Highness Chong Yen looked at Dongbu Shuang. Even if I have succeeded, don't you feel that your sword moves are not very coherent? Dongbu Shuang chuckled and asked. Little Chong Yen felt awkward at that moment. He had done his best to train, so how could he care about the perfection of his sword moves? Continue training. Come and see me when all your sword moves are as one. Dongbu Shuang chuckled and ordered. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked outside. Amen? There is actually an enemy who dares to deal with the Chung family. Interesting. Asterisk. Chapter 696. High up in the sky above the Chung family, there was a flat battleship hidden. The bottom of the battleship had circles of runic patterns. Under the formless waves, it was completely hidden. Even the Chung family below did not notice it at all. Of course, this warship did not enter the detection range of the Chung family's formation. Inside the warship, there were 7 figures standing on the warship, looking at the ancient Chung family below. The leader of the group was a golden-robed, golden-haired man. Behind him were 6 blood-robed men. Old Chong is so lucky to have gotten the legendary True God weapon. The golden-robed, golden-haired man exclaimed. Then he revealed a cold smile. But he deserves to die. He obtained a true god weapon, but didn't offer it to the Holy Land. Instead, he wanted to keep it for himself. True god artifact. It's said that it's extremely difficult to refine. Even in our epic, no one has been able to refine one. The blood-robed people behind him spoke as well. True god weapon. Although it was precious in the deity world and dark abyss, its value was not to an outrageous level. After all, rulers could generally refine it. For example, the #1 artificer amongst paragons, Ripple Lady Planet Master, could also refine it after painstaking effort. But in this world, there was no ruler. It was too hard to find someone who knew how to forge a true god weapon. One had to know that Ripple Lady Star-Lord was only able to refine it because she had the guidance of Empress Qian, he and other seniors. Therefore, in this world, true god weapons were much more precious than in the deity world and the abyss. Even the materials and resources needed to forge a true god artifact could not be compared to the deity world or the abyss. Attack! The golden-robed, golden-haired man laughed coldly. This flat battleship suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. The circular diagrams at the bottom of the battleship also let out a dazzling golden light. The golden light pressed down majestically, and one could see the clan protection array of the Chongshire World Clan also unleashing its power. Hong Long Long, layers of huge arrays appeared around the entire clan. Black energy was like a tidal wave enveloping the entire clan, resisting against the golden light above. Who is it? A loud shout shook the heaven and earth, and a figure soared into the sky. It was the leader of the Chung family, who was clad in a purple robe. Chongshire Forefather raised his head and looked at the flat battleship. His expression changed. Not only him, the great elder, the second elder, and the third elder of the family, these three almighties with extremely high positions in the family immediately recognized the flat warship in the sky. The treasure of the palace, the golden terminus fire cloud ship. The forefather of the Chung family and the three almighty beings' elders felt their hearts sink. Putting aside the threat of the golden fiend fire cloud ship, its appearance meant that the other party was the heaven fire palace of the three holy lands. Logically speaking, the Chung family was closest to the Heaven Fire Palace, so the Heaven Fire Palace should be protecting the Chung family. Why would they attack? I wonder which emissary it is. Chongshire Forefather raised his head and said with a clear voice. The three powerful existences, elders, also flew to his side. As for the stage for world deity elders, guest elders, as well as a large number of disciples, guards, and maidservants, all of them were looking at the scene in the sky with unease. Ha ha ha! It was accompanied by insolent laughter. 7 figures appeared below the flat warship. The golden-haired man in the lead sneered. Old Chong, you don't even recognize me? Chongshire Forefather and the other 3 felt that something was amiss. In front of them was a judge, emissary, and 6 law enforcers from the Heaven Fire Palace. A total of 7 powerful existences. One had to know that the Heaven Fire Palace had more absolute arts, and the average strength of their powerful existences was stronger than that of the Chung family. I hope you are Judge Sheng. Chongshire Forefather frowned. Why is Judge Sheng suppressing my clan's arrays? Don't talk nonsense. The golden-haired man sneered. Do you think no one knows that you have obtained that supreme treasure? Right now, you have 2 choices. 1. Hand over that supreme treasure. 2. I'll uproot your Chung family today. Chongshire Forefather was startled in his heart, but on the surface he was furious. What supreme treasure? Who did you hear that from? Furthermore, Judge Sheng, you should know that we all have avatars. Our true bodies and avatars will not stay in the same place. It's easy for you to destroy this clan, but to kill the 4 powerful existences of my Chung family, that's impossible. He was also warning the other party. Also, does Left Palace Head know of your visit this time? Chongshire Forefather asked. I'm under the orders of Right Palace Head. The golden-haired man curled his lips. Do you think that with left palace head as your backing, we won't dare to touch you? Chongshur Forefather felt sullen and helpless. One of the three great holy grounds, the Heaven Fire Palace, had its own internal factions. The main factions were the left palace head and right palace head. It was said that there was a third faction that kept a lower profile. Hand it over. Otherwise, your Chung family will be gone. The golden-haired man coldly said. I really don't know what you're talking about. Chongshur Forefather sneered. Hand it over? How could he hand it over? That was his hope of breaking through to the Paragon realm. I do want to see if you have it on you. The golden-haired man sneered. Kill for me? So. The 6 blood-robed men beside him charged down at the same time. Flames appeared on the surface of their bodies, and under their high speed, the flames were distorted into arcs. Those who offend my Chung family die. Chongshur Forefather was also filled with killing intent. The 3 powerful existence elders beside him also acted at the same time. Hong! A terrifying shockwave exploded in the sky. This world had an unseen law suppression. Speed was suppressed, and even the power of one's attack would be suppressed. Thus, the commotion wasn't too exaggerated, and was far from being comparable to the deity world and abyss. In addition, the clan protection array of the Chung family was still protecting the clan's cultivators, while clashing with the Golden Termination fire cloud ship. In the sky, that judge emissary was controlling the entire Holy Grounds palace protection treasure, the Golden Termination fire cloud ship, to assist him, suppressing Chongshur Forefather, who was originally stronger than him. Patriarch, we can't hold on any longer. The other 3 powerful existence elders were having a hard time. The overall strength of the 6 law enforcers was stronger than theirs, and with the advantage in numbers, the weakest third elder was smashed into smithereens by an axe, and his body was soon destroyed. The remaining Grand Elder and Second Elder were having an even harder time. The 2 of them were doing their best to preserve their lives, and did not dare to retaliate. With the 2 of them working together, they were barely holding on. The 2 of you deal with them. We'll go deal with those brats below and destroy the entire Chung family. Very soon, the 4 blood-robed law enforcers charged downwards. Old Chung, your clan's 3rd elder, is already dead. The Grand Elder and Second Elder can only hold on for a little longer. The golden-robed, golden-haired male spoke as he fought. Just obediently hand over that treasure. Why the need? Look, your clan's stage for world deities and honored guests are all dying in battle. Chongshur Forefather felt incomparably sullen. This time, the right palace head of the Sky Fire Palace had made ample preparations. The right palace head had even sent over their palace protection treasure, and almost all his subordinates were mobilized. A judge, emissary, and 6 law enforcers, their Chung family could not fight against them at all. I've only become an honored guest, and I've already met with such a situation. The red-nosed man, drunkard, who was drinking wine, had a bitter look on his face. Surrender, and we'll spare your life. A blood-robed law enforcer shouted. Since I've joined the Chung family, how can I admit defeat so easily? Drunkard raised his head. I do want to see how powerful the law enforcers of the Sky Fire Palace are. You'll find out soon enough. The blood-robed law enforcer sneered. A moment later, Drunkard could no longer hold on, and his body was sliced in half by a blade. His eyes revealed a look of regret. The gap between us and powerful existences is truly not small. Very soon, Drunkard's body was completely destroyed, and he died on the spot. Other than 2 honored guests who turned and fled, the rest fought head-on. After all, everyone was just an avatar here. Even if they died in battle, they would only lose an avatar. Judge Sheng. Chongshur Forefather's eyes were red as he looked at the one-sided battle below. After all, the 4 law enforcers were powerful existences, and they had the absolute arts of the holy grounds. Overall, they were much stronger than stage for world deities. for the same absolute art, like the luminous sun, stage for world deities could at most cultivate it up to the fourth volume of the fourth transformation. Those who did not have heaven-defying talent could only reach the third transformation of the fourth volume. As for powerful existences, they could only cultivate it up to the fifth volume. Thus, powerful existences would have an advantage over stage for world deities in the same absolute art. You can't block them. Your clan, your children, they will all be exterminated. The golden-robed, golden-haired male looked below. Dongbua Shue-ing looked at the 4 blood-robed law enforcers charging down from the sky. Their bodies were surrounded by thunderfire, and it was a one-sided massacre. One of the law enforcers had even rushed over. The 7th son of Chongsher forefather Chongyan, the blood-robed law enforcer's cold voice resounded. "Little brat, if you want to blame someone, blame your father. Let your entire clan be exterminated." The white-robed Chongyan clenched his fists tightly. He was furious and anxious. He was no longer the 8-year-old child of the past. He knew that the teacher he respected was only a stage for world deity. Facing such a desperate situation, even his teacher would not have a solution. Isn't it too much for a powerful existence to deal with a little brat? Dongbua Shue-ing took a step, standing in front of his disciple Chongyan. "Oh," the blood-robed law enforcer looked at Dongbua Shue-ing. "It's too much. Today, we are going to exterminate the entire Chung family, including this little brat. You are the guest elder of the Chung family, world deity Feisha, right? According to the information, you are also the teacher of this Chongyan? Why? Are you trying to show some backbone in front of your disciple?" This law enforcer did not care about his opponent at all. Furthermore, the current battlefield was completely one-sided. World deity Feishua, stage for world deity, no famous battle achievements. The blood-robed law enforcer sneered as he read out the information. "Teacher." Chongyan was extremely nervous. Little 7 watched from the side. Dongbua Shue-ing coldly pulled out the divine sword on his back. Clang! The divine sword was unsheathed. Wielding a sword, Dongbua Shue-ing looked at the blood-robed law enforcer and said coldly, "I might not have any famous battle achievements, but from today onwards I will."